I'm host Eric, and I'm the host of Talking with Famous People, the internet's only YouTube channel. Additionally, I'm the man asking all the right questions in all the wrong places. Today's question is, what's life's main thing? You might find that question challenging. You might say, life doesn't have a main thing. It's got a lot of different things. It might be main or secondary, depending on the moment. There's no general main thing. Well, that's fine. But is that really true? Some people think there is a main thing. Like, somebody came in the live stream yesterday saying how I should accept Islam as the truth. He'd probably say the main thing is Islam, For me, though, Islam is definitely not the main thing. But neither is, for me, Christianity the main thing. The question, I think, is ultimately a silly one. Good afternoon, Winston's mom. Asked primarily because I thought it was a fun question. But, if I were to articulate the main thing about life right now, it would probably be something like ontological wrestling with the self, or stress, or, falling short or something undesirable like that. Hello, hello, hello. Janik Hiaya. Janik Hiaya. You got a difficult name to say. I'll just call you Janik. My day's been fine. Rachel and I had to go to Poor School today because I had to go to the dentist. And it was a fine dentist trip, I suppose. I did learn that, my sinus is still not properly sealed, really, but it's better than it was before. And he wants me to use my, what he called my hack, to continue to protect that spot. Hopefully it'll heal in a few months in full. It's pretty close to healed. You're about to go to sleep, huh? Well, I wish you all the best during your time in Slumber Town, where dreams become reality. That's one thing you can say about Slumber Town. Well, thanks. That'd be kind of you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, it's not 100% roses, the report from the dentist, in the sense that that spot between my mouth and sinuses is still not airtight, really, but it's pretty close. Oh, Trouble, you're a silly boy, always wanting to come sit by my feet. You have a good day too, Janik. Don't forget to eat plenty of cheese.
Is it bad that like sometimes like the way that you love him makes me jealous because I don't love him in the same way. Like I love him, but like I think you're sweeter to him.
Well, um, that might be the case. Maybe I'm a little more understanding of his neuroses or something. I try to be. I'm not always. I've gotten better about being sweet to him and understanding his ways as.
But I'm so jealous of it because I get easily annoyed by him. I have a very love hate relationship with him. And I like honestly, like it really is that way. Like sometimes I just look at him and I'm like, God damn, you're annoying.
Well, I mean, I'm sometimes annoyed by him too, right? Like, this morning, Capio was sitting here on the chair and he was trying to do this, and I kicked him away several times before he actually went away.
That makes me feel better.
I'm about to kick him away right now, too, because I don't really want him sitting on my feet. Hi, Ruben. And survival and reproduction. Those are perfectly fine answers to the question, what's life main thing? Love is a perfectly acceptable answer. You know, this morning I was thinking about how I spend a lot of time like regretting my failure in the past to care adequately about things that, you know, relationships, be they people or animals or what have you. And it struck me that here I am, like with an opportunity to go watch the cat eat this morning. And instead of learning the obvious lesson from having that kind of relationship with memories and so forth, I'm like, don't bother me. I'm brooding over past failures. It's kind of ironic. Your chakras were stacked perfectly. They usually are. You're a very orderly chakra stacker. Okay, Kitty, scoot away. So, we've got an ordinary stream on an ordinary day, but we've got extraordinary dreams in extraordinary ways. You know, to some extent, life's main thing is going to be contingent on the moment that you're in and the circumstances that you're in. But it's always going to be the case that for everyone, they can't probably be a very fully optimized version of themselves, maybe not happy even, if they don't have at least one or two, uh, core relationships of some kind in their life. All humans are social creatures to some extent, and loneliness might be a universal human like symptom of ontological distress or something. But I was thinking in the car on the way back from the dentist. But I'll get to what I was thinking after I talk about this. But what's my thought on enlightenment? It's not something that I believe in much. This does look like a nice nap couch. It could be a good nap couch. This middle part lifts up so that it becomes one thing. It's long. It's actually long enough for me to put my head on one end and my feet are still on the couch on the other end. But I rarely use it like that. Usually Rachel and I sit in our respective chairs here and this middle thing is down. And when I go to sleep or take a nap or go to bed. So enlightenment, essentially the idea of, say, Zen Buddhist enlightenment is that suffering stems from attachment, and in a state of enlightenment, you're not attached to anything, and thus are presumably in the moment experiencing life without fear, anxiety, sadness, or anything like that. You're just kind of fully detached or something. But that's not a realistic state of affairs for anybody, basically. Hi, Kay. You're loved by the universe. Glad to hear it. And it's also the case that people aren't somehow a better version of human if they're not feeling the significance of that which they hold precious and that which they lose. If they're not feeling the significance of mortality and they're not sometimes struck by existential terror, then they're not really having a truly human experience with their life. it's not better to be removed and somehow outside of the normal range of human experience, including suffering. So even if it were possible to attain that, it wouldn't be desirable. Uh, my other thoughts on enlightenment are it is the case that people can function more optimally or less optimally. And Patrick points out that most people are stuck ruminating past or in the future. Well, that's true. And whether or not, or they're thinking about things they need to do in the present, but whether or not one ought to be sort of present in the physical dynamic moment or not, well, it's like depending on your attentional configuration, some people are going to be attentionally configured such that that represents a more optimal version of themselves, but others are going to be configured such that that represents a less optimal version of themselves. Somebody who gets a lot of satisfaction from revisiting memories and you know having chat with somebody they've known for a long time and playing remember when and so forth, that's not a bad thing. It's actually giving them a great deal of satisfaction, maybe, even though we tend to default to this idea that somehow being in the moment is preferable or a natural inherent good. It's not. I'm here to be an unwanted perception. It is, of course, the case that people get stuck with some kinds of intrusive thoughts that are either about the past, future, or present, presumably, that are not consistent with optimal functioning. Like, how does one get oneself to function more optimally? That's a tricky question as well. Even though it's the case that there exist more and less optimal manifestations of self, that may, at least for some types, link more to circumstances around them than to anything they're doing. Sometimes you're in a period of life that's more or less conducive to, you know, to the way that you are. That finds the way that you are more or less, the way you are either gets more or less affirmed by your circumstances. And sure, everybody's able to do some bits of changing themselves, right? Making themselves better. But Kay's recommendation that we practice radical self-love is probably an excellent recommendation to make. But that can be like let's say I wanted to adopt Kay's advocacy here, try to practice it more myself. Well, I would say, first of all, that's definitely a good prescription because one of my struggles is I tend to say I hate myself a lot to myself. Almost like a mantra. And I generally don't speak kindly about myself at all. Whether that's actually being mean to myself, not loving myself, whatnot, it's hard to say definitively because if that sort of thing motivated me to function more optimally, then it might be a good way of interacting with myself. I haven't found it to be the case thus far, though. I just can't do it, okay? I try, but the internal monologue is not on my team. The ghost, I feel you. I try sometimes as well. I'll say something like, I'm sorry, little Eric. I love you. I'm sorry. I don't mean to talk to you like that. I'm not, yes, you do. You do it all the time. As my favorite philosopher, R.M., once said, you can't stop me loving myself.
So, if you have to go to an oral surgeon, is that more money?
Maybe, probably. I'm not sure. They didn't talk about that. But I don't think I'm going to need to do that. And if it is, if it is more money and a big deal in some regard, then, you know, in the status quo, I can put up with this. Uh, Within a few months, it'll if it's still not completely airtight, then it'll probably be closer to airtight, and so um, I'll just forego that, deal with it.
Yeah.
Not that big of a deal.
No.
Hi, Steve Billings. Trying and failing continuously is better than not having tried at all. Well, sure. Whether TE is paired with NE or NI is going to dictate whether they come up with multiple possible ways of phrasing the thing. Like you could say the reasoning is so that you can see the cars coming towards you. You could say the reasoning is so that the cars coming towards you are most close to you horizontally, or you could phrase it as so you can see so the cars that are coming up behind you are furthest away from you. A variety of different ways of phrasing the same basic idea, right? Would you like to be on Steve Billings' show tonight? Um, well, let me address that. Let me get back to that in a second. Ultimately, you'd have to come to different beliefs about yourself. You experience the self-hatred as a feeling, but it's not how you feel about yourself, it's what you believe about yourself. That's probably true. Self-doubt doesn't want you to feel it objectively. It wants confirmation bias about being awful and less than worthless.
I'm scared, like, I'm scared because you're selfish.
Okay, so what do you mean you're scared because I'm selfish?
I'm afraid, like, I don't think I'm gonna get forgotten. I guess I feel that a little bit. Where the heck is the room with the pan?
You feel forgotten?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course. Being with someone selfish is you feel like you are not there. You know, it's hard to be with someone who's selfish. Where's the broom and the pan thing? I spilled stuff.
I think you might be misunderstanding what I mean when I say I'm selfish or self-absorbed is what I'm more likely to say.
What do you mean by that? Because like it's not a good trait to have. Like in a partnership.
Well, like as a partner, I'm obviously extremely unselfish.
Okay.
Like probably to a fault. For example, I'm not interested in things being fair between us. I'm interested in you being happy. But as a as a person, I guess what I mean by selfish is childish in my wants.
Okay.
Like, well, I mean, you can certainly call me selfish as well. I was certainly selfish when it came to dealing with my dad and my parents.
Well, I don't even mean that. Like, you did the best you could with like what you could deal with in that situation.
Like, it was selfish of me to like bring you into the mix and stuff. Not that I regret it, but it was selfish. In general, I was very selfish about this stuff. I guess part of what I mean when I say I'm selfish is referring to that period of my life and how I see it now in retrospect. The thing is, it seems to me you're more worried about whether or not this label applies to me in general than you are about anything in particular that I'm doing wrong.
Yeah, like I just think, selfish and like, like, or self-absorbed, like, we're crossing the street and you don't even realize that I'm there.
I mean, Rachel, if you're not crossing the street, I'm obviously aware that you're there. I'm also not thinking necessarily that I need to be that you and I need to be like crossing the street together or
I
something,
know.
you know?
Yeah, I do know.
And it's not selfish or self-absorbed. It's
But I
just
feel like I could get hit by a truck and like you'd be 10 feet ahead. It's it is.
well, I could be 10 feet ahead. And I could get hit by a truck, and you could be saved.
It's just like concerning hearing your partner say that they're self-absorbed. Usually, like, it's cool. Like, I want to feel like a team. I don't want to feel like I'm like with someone who's just thinking about themselves.
I mean, like I told you, part of my self-absorbed is I'm constantly thinking about our long-term well-being, not just mine, right? Like, I gotta make sure that I can sustain you in the life you become accustomed to. And I guess maybe more importantly, it's an issue of why are we back to this again? Why are we back to ways in which Eric is inadequate for Rachel?
Yeah, it's not that you're inadequate.
I mean, that's definitely what you're saying. You're saying that if indeed Eric is selfish, then he's inadequate as a partner because of
Okay,
that.
yeah.
That I don't like it when you go ahead of me when we're crossing the street, etc.
Sure.
So I I can make an effort to not go ahead of you when crossing the street. That'd be fine, not a problem. But
Yeah.
what is ultimately an actual problem is creating problems and blaming me for these made up problems.
It's just not. It's not great to hear a partner say, "I'm self-absorbed. I don't. I want to take the relationship for granted." Like it's really been hard for me to
No,
just
Rachel,
like,
what I've
forget
said
about.
about that, and you keep misrepresenting what I said, is that I do take the relationship for granted in a good way, which means I'm not worried about whether you're going to leave or whether we're going to break up or anything like that. I'm not fretting about
We
that.
need a fucking counselor because we just don't
I mean,
talk.
but hold on. What I'm saying is important here, right? It is not more healthy for somebody to be continually worrying about the state of the relationship than it is to take the solidity of the relationship for granted. It's absolutely way more healthy. People who have a secure attachment style are all going to do that.
Your parents' relationship was fine, except that there was no fucking romance at all. Like, your dad didn't even kiss your mom. Like, how is that good? Like, sure, they didn't. Your mom didn't complain about shit. I would. Like, I don't know. Like, it's so.
Okay, you don't have to like my parents' relationship. And if you don't like this one, then that's your prerogative.
No, I do like this one. And your parents' relationship was their thing. Like, I just like like I said, it was their thing. It worked for them, so like it wouldn't work for me, but it worked for them. And like I just like when you talk about secure attachment, that's fine, I guess. Are you securing your attachment? Like,
Yeah, that's why I'm not creating this problem right now.
whatever.
I mean, it's one of those things where in life you have to make a decision as to whether you're whether you purchase something and it's after that fact, or whether you're considering purchasing something. You seem to want to go back to the period of time where things are being considered as still open to possibilities. But that's not a healthy way to be in a relationship.
Yeah, I think we need therapy. Like, I want therapy.
Okay. Well,
Like, I'm saying I want therapy for myself.
okay. Well, we can talk about it later. It's, you want to do that, then I guess I'll figure out some way to make that happen. You know, we could all be super spoiled sometimes. Me too. And sometimes uh, it's not appropriate to compare against ex- other alternatives or something like, you know, maybe she does have all of these things that you can point to as wonderful things, but if some other things are more important to her and they're not implicit to how I am, then it may not matter in theory. I didn't expect that at all. We had a nice trip down to the dentist and back, went shopping at the grocery store, chatted about various things, sang along to songs together, had a very nice time. The kind of outing that's 100% consistent with a happy, compatible couple. But these kind of things can only pop up so often before you have to say, oh, I guess it's representative of some kind of actual problem. I don't know. It's also the case that I'm just not as I'm not the same person I used to be, so maybe I could be maybe a bit of a wet blanket sometimes or something. I'm not sure. But it feels wrong, to be honest, to see it happen. I feel bad for even commenting. About what? People just have a way of saying things in ways that could be really misunderstood. Yeah, pretty cat. Even if it were the case that my marriage were challenging or representative of problems with marriage that are common or something, it's still not an indictment of marriage itself. Some people have perfectly good, happy marriages without any problems at all. I would say generally, Rachel and I qualify as such, but lately, last few days, last week or so, she's been complaining, for lack of a better word, complaining about me. I get that I'm not super romantic or anything, but yeah, I guess she really didn't like my use of the word like that. Me saying that, yes, I take the relationship for granted, and that's a good thing because take for granted has a negative connotation, but what it means actually is to assume something is has already been granted in a argumentational sense, conceded or has already been agreed to by both sides of a thing. So you don't need to do work wondering whether that thing's gonna move around. The thing is, it's fine for Rachel to talk about things that she's unhappy about to a certain extent, right? But it's also the case that if this sort of thing starts happening regularly where she's she's repeatedly like critiquing me for shortcomings that she perceives. Well, that's not very healthy for me or her, probably, but for me especially. Like, I don't need to be. The world tears me down plenty. I don't need my partner to spend much time doing that. I agree. The label versus specific instance of selfishness observation seem to be on point. Right. Well, I mean, you could call me selfish in certain ways. You could call everybody selfish in certain ways. Um, I may have referred to myself as selfish, but that kind of critique of my own failings, I guess what I probably really meant was self-absorbed. Somebody who's likely to get lost in the moments and what have you of what's going on now, while not keeping track of larger things that might be more important or what have you. Like a little kid who's happily playing and then looks up to discover that they don't see their mom anywhere and they have this moment of panic where, oh my God, I was prioritizing this temporary pleasure of playing so much that I neglected to keep track of what was important and now they're gone. It's like that. What does healthy even mean? Though it's metaphorical as hell. Well, when you're talking about people's behavior to one another, what comprises healthy behavior is, um, well, it's a lot easier to describe what comprises unhealthy behavior. So it's the case that if you are critiquing your partner, you should critique a specific fixable behavior that's that is also positioned as unlike who you are rather than like who you are. So instead of saying to your partner, "You're so inconsiderate. You always take my pillow," or something, you say, no, normally you and I are really fair with each other. And last night you took one of my pillows. I only had one pillow. And could you not do that in the future, please? It's a fine thing to say because you're not really critiquing your partner. You're critiquing a specific behavior. You can critique specific language. But in general, it's unhealthy to critique your partner's person at all. Is racism defined by internal attitudes or external behaviors? Uh, well, you're not likely to call somebody racist unless you've got some externality that makes you think that, right? Be it words or potentially a behavior. Like, when I was getting on the plane in Birmingham, Alabama, coming back from a speech and debate tournament, and there's a bunch of debate teams getting in line to get onto planes and stuff. Everyone was leaving in the same basic time frame, and most of the teams were like all Chinese kids or white kids or whatever. There's this one team from New York City that has one black kid on it, and the TSA guy of all of these teams pulled out that one kid, and so one might say that guy was racist. Is what he did racist? Not implicitly, like pulling out somebody from line isn't inherently racist. But given the circumstances, it's likely he was at least somewhat racially motivated. It's cabin fever. It's the curse of having a nice place to stay. I know it doesn't make sense. It's a duality. Well, there is a certain amount of cabin fever involved in the sense that um, I think it helps people to be connected to the world in some kind of productive fashion and the normal kinds of life, work kinds of things going on. It helps people to enjoy their free time more, appreciate it more, I think, and possibly even use it more productively because of the limited amount of it you have. There's a song in the musical South Pacific. You've got to teach them to hate when they're young. Hmm. Well, I guess Rachel would like me to be more actively affectionate with her or something, or demonstrate, I guess, caring and in other ways. But I'm not even sure if this is the case because it's like what she seems to really be cueing in on here is the fact that I call myself or have called myself in the past selfish or self-absorbed, and she seems to be like complaining about a state of affairs that's not determined by her own experience, but rather by some top level maps. So obviously, she does have this one example of me walking in front of her when we cross the street, or not walking with her by my side necessarily. Uh, I guess I have a bit of a bad habit of just thinking, well, you know, if I get over there before she gets over there, then I'll just wait for her. Like I maybe that's important to her and not to me, and it's something I can make changes on. I don't think it's at all always the case that that's how we cross the street or anything. It may have happened in the past on occasion, but like today when we crossed from the parking lot into the Vons, I did reach out and hold her hand because there was cars going through the parking lot. I guess I felt a little protective. Life lesson: don't tell people what you want, just go get it. Well, that doesn't really work in relationships, if in fact what she wants me to do in this relationship is demonstrate, like something straightforward, like demonstrate being considerate when we cross the street or something. Nothing she can get without my cooperation. Yeah, Steve Billings, we got it. Steve Billings is here. He's going to have a panel tonight. It's going to be a Trump impersonator. I'm sure there are myriad people in the world who want nothing more than to watch that media, participate in that media making, etc. I'm not one such person, but that's not an attempt on my part to invalidate the thing. It's obviously more successful than this is, and therefore represents the kind of media people want to consume better than this does. So, you know.
I was triggered because, like, you came in and you started live streaming right away while I have to put away the food.
Okay. Well, I thought that we had generally agreed a long time ago that when it came to groceries, I'd carry them in.
No, that's fine. It's not that. It's like, you didn't wait for me. I'm like, oh.
I didn't wait for you to live stream?
Yeah.
Well,
I'm always thinking about us, like stupid shit, like two people I think of, like it's stupid effie tool. I don't know. I care like about that shit. I swear, like.
I mean, the live stream will last a certain amount of time, right? You'll want to be part of it for some of that time and not for some of that time, and why is
it's
the
just
beginning
like
of it?
really tough. Like you told me who you are by saying that you're a self-absorbed person. I have to think about that. It's something I have to think about.
Okay. That's fine. I look tired. I'm I'm a little tired. You're not wrong about that. This sort of thing is very draining because I don't know what to do about it. Like,
He only thinks about himself.
I mean, that's
what self-absorbed means.
okay. Well, then, if I only think about myself, I mean, like, everything that I'm thinking about impacts both of us. Like, I'm when I'm stressing about, oh, let's try to keep the heater off, so I save a little propane, and I'm going and switching it up, switching back on periodically and stuff. I'm thinking about stuff that impacts both of us. It's it's like, to you get out up, you turn on the heater and don't think about the money aspect of it at all because you're actually just thinking about yourself. Whereas I'm stressing about all this stuff all the time because it's necessary for both of us. I'm viewing us as a team. I'm not thinking, well, um, I'll just preserve my ability to eat, and if Rachel doesn't get to eat, too bad. I'm thinking about that, right?
Yeah, so then why did you say that you're a self-absorbed person?
Because that's one aspect of me is self-absorbed, just like one aspect of you is self-absorbed and selfish, or maybe more than one for both of us. Who knows? Like, I think of what's happening right here as being extremely selfish on your part. Like, you know, just because you can find some ways in which I could be more in line with your ideal of perfect doesn't mean that's a good idea to criticize me for being the way I am, or to think that it's a good reason for you to question a relationship, or to think that maybe somebody else would be happier for you, or whatever.
I don't think
That's selfish. That's actually selfish. And incredibly spoiled. And so, yeah, I can be self absorbed, I can be selfish in various ways.
like we can spend more money on your fucking teeth, but you can't pay money for mine. Like we, like I don't know. I feel second wrong, and like
Well,
I'm going to be forgotten about. Like and like my fucking leftovers were eaten. Like you don't
which
think about.
leftovers? I mean, the thing is, like the last leftovers yours I ate, you left them in there for 2 days straight. You didn't touch them. A full dinner of broccoli, sausage, and rice that I made for you. You didn't touch it at all. Not when I made it. Not later that night. Not the next day. And yes, eventually I ate it.
No, I'm glad you did. Like I meant my leftovers from my dinner
Which
from
Oh, I
my
threw that away
birthday.
because
Oh, you threw
it
it
was.
away.
I threw it away yesterday. We went there on Friday.
Okay, that's fine. I thought you ate them.
No, I threw it away because it was too old. I also poured out the old milk this morning. I smelled it first. It smelled bad. I threw it out. You know, it's like if I had known you were going to still revisit those leftovers 4 days later, I wouldn't have thrown them out.
No, that 4 days later is fine. I didn't even know that they were in there. I thought they were gone. I'm sorry. I just like I said I was triggered because like I'm like, oh, isn't that nice? He gets to start a stream.
Usually, I help a little bit putting stuff away. In this instance,
No, you don't.
I
You don't
didn't.
have to. You don't have to help me put stuff away. It's like it would have been nice. I like streaming with you, but I understand that you need it more than I do. So it just would have been nice to.
I just don't think of the beginning of the stream as any like special moment distinct from any other part of the stream. I figured you'd be in here in a little bit, you know.
Yeah.
Simple Girl is rooting for the Broncos. Regardless, you know, if in fact you continue to find that you know I fall short of your needs in some important way, then it probably does represent some actual problem. I'm not quite sure how to remedy it. You know. Good evening, Simple Girl.
Good evening.
And anyway, the other thing is, I'm not a very good evaluator of myself. I say I hate myself all the time. I don't think you should conclude from that you should hate me too, or that I'm inherently loathsome.
Mm.
You just need some reassurance. So, well, I'll reassure you once again that I'm not going anywhere. I'm not. I'm not having any problem with you. So if that's reassuring, great. Maybe Steve Billings can help. Bo Nix broke his ankle. That is going to put the Broncos in a bit of a pinch. She'll join the stream when she can, just like how she'll catch up with you crossing the road faster, but she wants to be beside you. That's the deeper emotional metaphor, whether walking or streaming. Well, it's also the case, though, Alec, that, like, when we were at the supermarket today, when we were passing from the parking area across the little road to the sidewalk, I did reach out and
Yeah,
hold her hand.
You did.
And so it's not the case that um, that I always walk in front of her when across the street. It's not the case that I always or start streams without her. Although I I don't know. It's not one of those things where I think to inform her before I do, but uh, you know. So if and the other thing is, we just got back from an outing where we had a great time together. We got lunch. We went shopping. We went to the dentist. We sang along with songs together. Um, we talked. We had a shared memory of when we discovered that album. Lots of things that are absolutely consistent with two people who are, sewn together at the hip. So it might be the case that I'm not always like I'm not always maximally considerate in every regard, but if you're going to conclude that that's indicative of some problem on my part, then you're going to be
No, I think it's a part. It's like like a relationship problem, like not a you problem. It's like I don't know what to say. Like I don't know how to express myself in a way. Like our communication sucks. Like we really don't communicate well. Like I don't know how to explain myself in a way that like it's not personal. Like it's just I feel like not that important, but then you say things like I am, and I'm confused. Like I just drop it. It's not going anywhere.
okay. There you have it. I shouldn't open my mouth, however, I do feel Rachel's teeth are just as important. I also feel like her teeth are just as important, and that unlike mine, they she's not in desperate need of something. You'll note that I went years and years without addressing my actual substantial problem that interfered with my ability to talk, to eat, to do anything really, you know. And so the fact that we spend a lot of money on my teeth is was an unavoidable eventuality. Unfortunately, something I absolutely did not want to be spending money on. And in the past, whenever I did get any dental work done, it was only when I was in agonizing pain and couldn't avoid it. So the idea that I'm treating my mouth differently than hers is both wrong and ridiculous. It's also the case that I'm not opposed to her getting dental work done. And maybe that's something that, when we get thousands of dollars from selling the mini, and we can just throw those directly into Rachel's dental work, etc.
And I don't think it's gonna be. Everyone I've talked to about the way it was handled was right. Like I don't. I just inherently know I don't need 8 caps.
8 crowns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I really do want a second opinion, because
And,
I do want to get.
and we had an appointment scheduled that we were going to go
I know,
to
and
in Merced
I know
until Rachel,
I decided not to go because it was just too much.
yeah. So, and then after that, we encountered all these incredibly spiraling costs that we didn't have anticipated or budgeted for at all. And so the idea that maybe we put off your mouth for some period of time since you're not in any pain is the right decision. And if if you want to say that it's me being selfish, well, I mean, I think in that instance, you're being very selfish to think that um, like, if I get open heart surgery, you need to get it too, regardless of whether there's anything wrong with your heart. So, yeah, don't be misled, simple girl, into thinking that somehow I don't care about Rachel's well being or anything like that from the very get go. Even when I was very, very broke, I shelled out the necessary money to make sure that she got the right prescriptions and stuff and the right psychiatrist to take care of what was an actual urgent problem, right?
Yes.
But that's the thing, is that things have varying degrees of urgency, and there's like things cost different amounts, and some things are very expensive. Then you have to prioritize urgency criteria more than things that are cheap. Everybody can weigh in if they want. If we didn't want people to weigh in, then we shouldn't be talking about it on stream. I didn't anticipate that we would be having a conversation like this on stream, because everything was fine until I started the stream. Like she says, I guess that triggered her feeling under prioritized. Also, I'm not as cheerful as I could be these days. I'm not as I'm not likely to say let's have fun, because I'm not as
That's okay though.
bright and cheery as I once was.
Well, look, life has changed.
Yeah.
Um, I don't think I would have been able to sustain the active lifestyle that we used to have of like we were out of the house almost all the time.
Yeah.
Um,
Somebody said maybe we've got a bit of cabin fever.
I mean, maybe.
It is the case that if both you and I were working and going home and so forth, we'd we'd have a different relationship with our free time and
Yeah.
and what we had room to think about and so forth.
It could be, we don't know. I don't know what it. People have their. The thing is, like, we could even be more detached. Like, I would miss you. I would miss you a lot because I do treasure the times that we have where it is just us and we're kind of in nest mode. But you're more social than I am. I don't need a lot of, like, for me, phone calls right now and video chats are like fine. Where you might need a little bit more human interaction, and it may be cabin fever. It could be.
I'm just saying it's possibly a component in the whole thing. For me, I think it's a component in my challenges with what broadly might be called mental health stuff. Self concept and um, anxiety linking to like stuck in SE not doing. I look 70. Wow, thanks. That's great because I'm actually 110. So I look very good for my age.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday Rachel was laughing and host Eric paused to listen to her laughter and said with a sweet smile on his face that he loved the sound of Rachel's laughter. That's true. I do love the sound of Rachel's laughter. How old was Rachel when I started dating her? She was 34 and I was 48. No, yes, I think that's right. I'm feeling a Philly cheesesteak for dinner. I'm 54. What does everyone else have for dinner? What are some things that cause you to be depressed? Well, I think primarily uh, it's a failure to re-engage with the world in normal ways. Like I might feel sad about specific loss. I might feel regret about various things from the past. I might feel self-loathing when thinking about some of those things I regret, or even just minor stuff like the time I embarrassed myself a little bit or something like that. But really, for me, the more concerning negative emotion than sadness or depression is anxiety. I get a lot of anxiety linking to long term money stuff, and again, my executive function disorder, you might say, or pathological demand avoidance. How much older is she? The old saying is don't dip your pen in the company inkwell. Gray ball hair is depressing. To be honest, cannot I cannot tell you what color my ball hairs are. So if somebody says you walked in front of me this time, you say, but earlier in the market offered you my hand, you haven't responded to their pain, you haven't recognized the way you made them feel. But the thing is, what I was trying to get at is to the extent that she was right to complain about that as a problem, she would note the most recent instance and say, well, he's made some adjustments perhaps, right? That it's fair to critique somebody for a failure of theirs, but it should be like, if I had eaten her leftovers right then, that would be a fair critique. If in fact she was talking about leftovers I ate 2 months ago before I learned a lesson, then that would not be a fair
You
critique.
know, and I am influenced. Like I saw a picture of Trump walking in front of Melania, and everyone's like, the man walks in front of you, he he doesn't care about the relationship. And then I saw this TikTok, like YouTube on TikToks of like women complaining about how men will eat their leftovers before telling them. Like they'll eat the leftovers like the day after or whatever. So
Yeah, well, your leftovers are always a bit of a challenge for me. I think I've got a good grasp on what you're going to eat and what you're not going to eat.
it usually is if it usually goes if I haven't eaten it that night or the day after that I'm not gonna eat them.
Right. Well, it is the case that for Rachel, she's going to prioritize that NI frame of reference slash data or general rule over SI data, even when SI data is the more appropriate kind of data to use for a given question. Like if you want to know how often you get sick, there's no good way to determine that from looking at what kind of people get sick most often, and determining if you qualify as one of those kind of people. The only good way to determine how often I get been sick the last year is to remember instances of you being sick in the last year.
No, Fly Guy, you are right. Like I said, I'm influenced by it, and it's not a healthy thing. I don't think it's healthy. Um, because a lot of people go onto TikTok and they use TikTok as a platform to vent. Um, and when a YouTuber stitches together a bunch of TikToks about many women talking about the same subject, I get influence. I'm like, it makes me think like, oh God, like that's something I have to look for in a relationship. Because is this something that like I let slide that I should be caring about?
Hi, Daryl Parker. I maybe we missed each other equally. Who knows? Uh, the thing is, um, I it's understandable, and I get that Rachel's not equipped to effectively use SI data to inform her about questions that are probably best informed by SI data. Uh, but it's like I would point out regarding the Trump thing. If Trump had been standing close to the woman, people would have the same person would have made a video complaining about how controlling Trump is by staying so close to her. Because the real thing that's going on there has nothing to do with the thing that they purport to be analyzing. It's just the fact that they hate Trump.
Well, it's like, they talk about Haley Bieber and how like she like he'll walk outside of the car and he'll like slam the door basically in her face, like she's not even there. Like the disrespect. Like I don't feel the disrespect. It's just like I said, like I'm trying to heed to people's like warnings, but I don't know what those warnings are really supposed to be about. So like
Uh, Also, Alec, how you said about how it's important for the person to feel as though their the significance of their emotion be acknowledged or something like that. The thing about that is this, by and large, doesn't start from, in my opinion, an emotion in a moment, but rather something that she's she's emoting based on some external thing she's seen, and then remembering maybe one instance that's consistent with that, and feeling emotion about that. It's not even as though maybe in the moment that event hurt her feelings necessarily. And obviously, I never want to hurt Rachel's feelings, and I want her to know as determinedly as that I love her and that she's critically important to me. I'd be lost without her, completely lost. And it may be the case that I could do a better job of either saying or showing that more often. But from my perspective, I'm living it every moment of every day. Is like everything about our life is predicated on the idea of us.
Yeah, I know. I know you're right. Like I know you're right about that. And like that's not what I'm not getting that. Like I don't I could see how you would think that I don't appreciate that because it's not something that I acknowledge even. So like I know like I could do better with that.
I think, well, I mean, Alec, I think what it suggests to me is that, um, I have a super unconscious relationship with extroverted sensing. I don't think of walking as an activity anymore. I think of driving as an activity. It's something that it's just something you're completing to get from A to B. So obviously, Rachel doesn't evaluate it in the same way, and she perceives um, my not my walking in front of her as indicative of some lack of concern on my part. But I mean, what instance are you talking about? Even of me walking in front of you?
Um, I not like today, not today, but like, what happens when we go to the grocery store or to a store. Um,
Oh, yeah. I mean, I can't exactly think of any specific instances of that happening, but it seems to me maybe it did one time when we were crossing the crosswalk to go to the Mexican sit-down restaurant.
yeah, and I did say, hey, don't forget about me or something. Um,
So the thing is, uh, I I do recall that instance because he said something, and I'd like to think I have been more attentive to it since. But I'm kind of absent-minded about stuff that I naturally don't pay attention to, like
I
walking from
know.
one place to another.
No.
It's equivalent to, in some sense, to me getting mad at you for not using SI that you're just not equipped intentionally equipped to do.
Yeah, yeah. It's gotta be frustrating. It frustrates me that I know what I know from outside sources more than I know from my own experience. It drives me crazy. I think about how easy, how easy to live in a life where you experience things and you're like, that's the way it's supposed to be.
I mean, I've noted in the past that if you and I were isolated from each other for a few days, and
Hmm.
somebody were to try to turn you against me, by the time we got back, I got back together, like we got back in contact, you'd be 100% turned against me.
I don't think I'd be 100% turned against you, but I would have questions. I would need reassurance.
Yeah, like you got the wrong person in your ear telling you, well, if you're not happy with that, then you need to say,
Sure,
if you
yeah.
got people in your ears telling you that, then you're gonna buy it 100%.
I'm,
Whereas I'm going to correct them if they tell me the same thing about you. But the thing is, I get that that's ways in which we're different, and that it's kind of irrelevant if you don't have people, the wrong people in your ear, and kind of irrelevant even if you do have them in your ear and we're not isolated from one another, so you can talk to me about it.
yeah. I want to be more open with talking to you about it and not like sweeping it under the rug or whatever. It's like I'm constantly trying to not be in the relationship that women complain about or that people complain about. Like, forget really. All I can think about right now is like this picture of like Trump walking ahead of Melania and people going like, if if a man walks in ahead of you, that means he doesn't care or something.
I mean, it doesn't mean anything specifically. It, these people are saying that, like, I could easily imagine being with a woman who, instead of wanting me to walk with her, wants me to go on ahead so that I don't have to worry about how you're walking because I'm busy with something on my phone.
Right,
I could totally imagine a woman being like that.
and
So there's
that's
no possible meaning that can be universalized about whether I walk in front of you or not. And the other thing is,
but this is why I say things like someone else could be better for you because someone who's like don't walk with me would be happy with that.
well, I mean, the thing is, I in making the point I'm making about the generalizability of the rule, I would also point out that given the fact that you've voiced things about this in the past, I have at least on many occasions, maybe not more, maybe not most occasions, but on many occasions, made a conscious attempt to
No,
adjust
you
my
have,
behavior.
you have.
So, you know, and yeah, I get it. Okay, I went in the living room. That's metaphorically the same thing as walking in front of her because I'm basically saying, I'll start doing this and you'll get here when you get here. But the thing is, if I had come in here and sat down and started watching anime, she wouldn't have reacted like that. And I didn't know that she wanted to, like, she doesn't always want to stream, right? I could talk to her about it. I could have said, and I usually do say before I stream, I'm thinking about streaming. I
That's
usually
true.
do say that. But in this instance, I just was absent-mindedly thinking about practicalities, thinking about my tooth, thinking about whatever while starting the stream, you know? Thinking about what's life's main thing. He loves you for the real you for the right reasons. Guys who get all that etiquette stuff right are paying attention to the wrong thing, actually.
Well, like okay, that's like when I told Eric like that like I was affected by people in my ear, dude. I don't have the FI. I don't have the FI either. So I'm fucked. I have no FI or SI. So you know I'm influenced when my aunt says, oh, maybe that's something you could do for Rachel, Eric. Like, throw her a ring party or something. And I'm like, oh, is that like what I deserve? Is that something that I deserve? And then what happens? The universe shows me a video of Travis Barker and his ex wife Shayna and him throwing her a party. And what happened with that relationship? Terrible things. He treated her terribly. He cheated on her. He, like, emotionally was unavailable. Just so it made me realize, oh shit, like just because someone throws you a party doesn't mean that there is a good relationship.
Did I say I didn't know she wanted that? I mean, she's communicated to me about the crossing the street thing before. I've tried to adapt somewhat. Regarding the not starting a live stream without her, well, I mean, it definitely does matter whether I knew that she wanted to be included in the beginning of the live stream. It definitely does matter, and and how I respond from now on will continue to define the dynamic. Most of the time, heretofore, I either inform her that I'm starting a live stream, or we're already in separate
That's
rooms
true.
doing separate
That's
things or
true. That's
something. You
true.
know.
And maybe if you had, maybe if I, maybe I should have said, hey, do you mind like waiting while I finish or
Well, I don't
something?
think you knew I was starting it up.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
And normally I would let you know of something like that. I would have said in the car on the way home, I think I'm planning on starting a stream when I get home. But no, I just didn't say it in this instance. So
I'm
it's like,
sorry.
how will I behave going in the future? Um, I mean, it'll probably be most likely instances where it's not a question again. Like either we're in different rooms. I might go out of my way to inform her, but I can kind of tell when she's not, like, she's doing her own thing or whatever. In this instance, I didn't think about it at all.
And I didn't communicate that I wanted to do it with you, like, or that if I would have appreciated you waiting or something. I didn't communicate that either.
I mean, it is the case, Alec, that I'm more likely now to inform her in the future, and that I might, like, go, like, and then about to push go, like, go, oh shit, wait, and then go, should I tell her, and then think about it for a little bit about the context of the moment or whatever. So I might, I almost certainly will behave at least somewhat differently at some points in the future than I would have had we not had this conversation. I've never encountered this before, and these things definitely are relevant, Alec, because uh, it's the difference between a persistent problem and an intransigent partner and uh, something that can simply enough be solved by communication or what have you. So, I mean, and those statuses definitely do matter.
Because I don't think about my own FI. I don't value it. I don't know what's important to me, so I look to outside sources. I know it's not healthy, but it's like I would hate to be one of those, I guess, like, on this like weird fucking NI level. I would hate to be the couple that the women on TikTok talk about. But like, everyone's gonna have their opinion about our relationship, right? Like, Putty Cat thinks that marriage is totally useless and that we made a mistake.
You know, he would say that about every, like, he like, if you evaluate us based on the quantity of Eric and Rachel relationship interaction or what have you that he's gotten to observe, and he were to evaluate the totality of that data, then in an honest or fair way, then in no way, shape, or form would he say that we're an indictment of marriage. Instead, if um, we have the slightest disagreement about anything, he's gonna use that to say, "See, I told you marriage was no good,"
Mm,
because he dislikes marriage conceptually.
yeah, it is. It is. I have a fear of being in a relationship that my face. I don't know the word to describe it, but my like jaw drops because of the disrespect.
I mean, the thing is, you've been in those relationships, so have I.
Yeah.
And to the extent that you can remind yourself to compare against your SI data, you'll realize you already know what it's like to be in one of those
Yeah, I do.
relationships.
I do.
And it's vastly, dramatically, you know, ex- just like totally a different category of thing, kind of relationship than one where people genuinely don't respect each other,
Yeah.
or where one person genuinely doesn't respect the other one.
Yeah, because like it is a weird like fear that I have. Like when I look at this stuff and I'm like, oh my god, like he's terrible to her. I would hate to be that. I would hate to be that. Like it scares me. Like,
Who's terrible to who?
just like Benny Blanco is terrible to Selena Gomez. Um, just celebrity examples.
Yeah, and Putty Cat, that's fine. I'm not even critiquing your indictment of marriage, which I'm just not not addressing directly. What I'm just saying is that even if you're correct to indict the institution of marriage in general, it's not the case that my marriage to Rachel serves as good evidence for that indictment.
No, it's just a rough patch for me, and for me, it makes Eric have a rough patch. You know, I
Okay, she says, we care about you, Rachel. Can only speak for myself, but I would tell you if I saw anything indicative of that. Bro, stop fucking arguing.
thanks, Keisha. I appreciate that.
I'm not trying to argue, Circus Trap. I'm
You're
trying
really not.
to communicate about the subject in a way that hopefully is resolving of it.
It is. I feel a lot better. I do, and I realize that I have a lot to work on myself too. You know, like I do have to communicate things, and I want to learn to communicate things in the moment when they happen, not later. I mean, it's gonna be hard, and I'm gonna have to learn, but um, you know, I don't want it to be like, whoa, like where did this come from? Like I want to address things like, you know, in the moment, and not in a criticizing way. Like, you know, when we walked out and when we were walking to the Mexican restaurant, and I said, hey, like, you know, I feel like I'm falling behind. Like, you didn't take that as criticism. You fixed it. You were just like, oh, I didn't realize. You
I'm sorry, what was your example?
know. No.
What was the example you said about it?
You know, like when we walked in front of the when we were walking to the Mexican restaurant, and I said, "Hey, I'm falling behind or whatever." Like you're just like, "Oh, like you just didn't realize," and I informed you, and it was fixed. You know what I mean? Like,
I see. Cool. Well, that's good to know. Why do they call it Greenland when it's mostly white? Because uh, they wanted to give it an ironic name.
thanks, LT, and I appreciate like what you're saying. You know, like I appreciate you conveying like my feelings in a way that I can't.
Well, and he's right. You did bring up the stream starting bothering you right away, so you didn't, you didn't, you didn't like let it fester or anything.
No, that's true.
Um, but yeah, I'll keep that in mind in the future. You know, I'd also say about this whole thing that there was a time when we moved after we moved here where I find myself waiting for you a lot,
No.
and I had to shift my mindset to stop waiting for you and just do my own thing because I couldn't. It wasn't healthy for me to be reliant on you being up at the same time I was in order for me to do anything or
I know.
so.
I know. And, you know, I have to work on things too.
Yeah. Hostile takeover of Earth says no, they don't. They live underground.
And it's funny how, like, I heard you say the other day, like, Greenland's not even, like, green. It's not. Isn't it mostly ice?
Yeah, it is. But it's Greenland in the sense that it's a rookie, a novice that has little experience as a land because it's covered with so much snow and ice. Hero Lamb says, "Heard it in the love song, can't be wrong." So yeah, that was a period of time that I went through where I found myself like Rachel and I would be sleeping at very different times for you know so we weren't awake for all that much time together and I found myself waiting for her to get up all the time and after a certain amount of that I started to kind of like blame her for not, you know, being next to me all the time or not getting up at the same time I did or something. And I had to wrestle with that. You know, I had to recognize that that was not healthy. That I needed to, you know, be able to do my own thing, entertain myself, and not be dependent on Rachel being awake for me to feel okay. You know. What color is an experienced land? I guess any color other than green. It's a good question, Acacia. It's a very good question. So, you know, I don't necessarily think that this is at all equivalent to that, actually. Like, what I was going through was some kind of depression slash displacement of my feelings onto failed failure to meet expectations that I set for my partner, like that kind of situation, you know. And it took me a little while to realize that I was trying to blame her for my own emotional and mental like wounds, I guess you'd say, and the the general consequences thereof. Keep in mind the age difference. She's 40 years old. I mean, 41 years old. 42. She's 42 years old. I'm not sure actually. Let's see. 41, I think. Yeah, she's 41. Right. And I'm 54, so it's 13 years right now, and then it'll be 14 again on my birthday. But yeah, I get it. Um, I get that a lot of understanding, perspective, wisdom, and stuff that I have now, I did not have 10 years ago. That's for sure. That's a big for sure. But you know, suffering causes wisdom, at least in some people, at least in some ways. It doesn't necessarily, well, you know, it's not necessarily worth it in any sense. It's of little value to realize now that you should have done that thing differently if that thing's a one off, you know. You know, like, let's say you, at some point in your life, a pet dies, and in that instance of having a pet, you realize that you should have taken more opportunities to play with the pet when it was alive. You should have appreciated it more, or what have you. It's conceivable that you would learn from that and apply that lesson to a future pet. But in regards to the pet that's dead, well, there's no conceivable. The wisdom won't go change the past. And to some extent, people can make adjustments to their behavior and such based on things they've learned from hard lessons or easy lessons, but more likely from hard lessons. But only to some extent. You know, it's like it doesn't matter how many negative impacts from FI polar I incur, I may become better at avoiding certain kinds of harms, certain kinds of mistakes, but it'll never change the fact that I'm FI polar. I don't think that at all means that I don't feel things emotionally or what have you. It does seem to mean that it's very unusual for me to put myself in another person's shoes as a way of evaluating things. So, like, when Alec was saying, maybe just say, I hear you, thanks for telling me how that made you feel. I appreciate you communicating that with me. That I said, well, let's evaluate the question objectively of whether or not you've got cause to be mad at me. In other words, whether I incurred any kind of relationship liability. And we would say, like, well, it's fair for you to critique this thing, but maybe like it's not fair for you to be mad about it because this is the first I've heard of it or something. It in an effort to give credence where we're due, and also, I guess, to preserve a good emotional balance in me as well, because I obviously, if I don't feel as though a given exchange is treating me fairly, then I'm gonna probably have there's gonna be some emotional backlash if I am just wholly accepting the emotional legitimacy of something that functions as a critique on my behavior. Whether or not I should do that or not, I'm not sure. But greetings from Finland. Hello, Finland. Welcome to America. Welcome to California, USA. Right smack dab in the center of California is where we hail from. Broadcasting live from the peak of Mount Malzoni. We're not on top of a mountain. We're just here in the low mountains, 4,000 feet. We don't have any snow at all. We basically had no snow all year so far, since through fall, winter now. If we were to get a nice storm here in January, February, well, those are the months where we're most likely to get snow, but we don't have that now. I'm confused. Please help me understand what just happened. Well, everybody was running along, and then, wow, they ran into a door. I find high FI people to sometimes be very bad at actually truly understanding or putting themselves in other people's shoes. It goes beyond what they can relate to, and that can't be very narrow. It can be very narrow. So I don't think you should hide behind that. Well, I've noted that high FI people sometimes advocate for like just rehabilitative justice or against retributive justice on the grounds that you know what's done is done. That harm's already passed. There's no reason to create more harm right now that as a solution to that. And I find it odd that they never seem to consider how the victim is going to feel if they don't have some kind of justice. And how, like, if you determine that you should let that criminal go because there's no chance of him being a repeat offender You've somehow determined definitively that you've cured him of all criminality. Well, if that's a sufficient reason to let them go, then somebody who's the victim of a crime will have to be re victimized in some sense by the knowledge that the person got away with it scot free. Because there's no restoration of equilibrium. I don't think people really, the people who advocate in favor of like purely rehabilitative criminal justice, I don't think they think about that at all. They're able to put themselves in the shoes of the criminal in some sense, perhaps, but I think in that regard they do a good job of seeing the criminal as a human being who still matters. They're not just trash because they got convicted of a crime. But I think they do a poor job of understanding the importance of retributive justice and restoring equilibrium and ensuring that there's some kind of closure for the victim in that regard. Might say some sort of remediation of criminal liabilities incurred. Earning Rachel did a fine job communicating. Perfect is impossible. People who were made uncomfortable with the conversation between him and her, that's a private discomfort. They did well. Thanks,
Thanks,
Alec.
Alex.
T, we appreciate it. Yeah, but it's a self-centered, super deep, if that makes sense, and can be completely off base in a way that doesn't take into account the difference in the experience of the other person in a subtle way. I don't mean it's a competition, I just mean to say it's not an excuse. Most people are wildly different enough to not find any common ground in that way. I think people can develop their ability to at least try to understand or put themselves in the shoes of somebody else. Yeah, I think people can develop that ability somewhat, but
It's still very hard for me. So I know who someone. Wow, this sounds so. It's so clear how far away. They're like my age, and their mother died, and it was very quick and sudden, and uh, her mom is basically like the closest person to her in her life, and I'm like, oh my gosh, like I can only imagine how it would feel. I can't actually be like, I can't, that feeling doesn't trigger within me naturally. um I can only imagine the pain. I can't feel it myself because I haven't been through it.
Alex says Eric wants a relationship where Rachel feels she can openly express her feelings. He's learning how to respond to her when it happens, and she's learning how and when to express herself.
Yeah.
That seems to make good sense.
Yeah.
Um, I see ESTJ and ENTJ do that. I am too considerate to be like that, but we all have FI. They just aren't as good at it.
Yeah, I'm not good at it. We're not good. We're not good at
Yeah,
it.
we're not good at it. Um, my point is he can be that safe place. I don't think his natural disposition hinders him. I can be a safe place. I'd like to think so.
You're my safe place.
I would
Oh
like
yeah.
to think so.
Oh yeah. I go to you with everything. Like really.
There's cognitive empathy where people do it intellectually, and there's emotional empathy where you actually simulate the feeling, not the same. Right. Well, those would be different things. Um, and I think it's a worthwhile distinction to make. I I can understand intellectually the legitimacy of Rachel's feelings in full. You know, like uh, I know that also that it's important to be able to voice your concerns, stuff like that. I guess I don't know if you call this empathy per se, but FI polar people, people with lower four FI like fourth or whatever INFJ are great relating to people, so don't worry about that. I mean like Rachel with FE tool. CI types put themselves in people's shoes via their circumstances. FI types put themselves in people's shoes via their actual emotional states. Yeah, well, I don't know if TI types put themselves in people's shoes via their circumstances so much as um, they're going to, yeah, I guess so, sort of. They're going to evaluate, I guess, the like proportionality of a response to the stimuli. Like, for example, Brooklyn and his wife, they're all they're always they're all upset about the fact that uh, Brooklyn Beckham's mom backed out of designing his wife's dress for their wedding at the last minute, reportedly, and that also that she like his mom stepped in and like stole the first dance from him and his wife or something, and they're kind of mad about it. Well, I mean, to me, I'm thinking these guys are spoiled because Brooklyn Beckham and this other girl, she's got super rich parents too, apparently. And they're both like having this super fancy wedding with all this shit going down, and they want to find something to complain about and bitch about their parents who are making everything possible. It just seems like impossibly spoiled to me, right? So in that regard, it's like I'm not being, I guess, empathetic at all. In using my TI, I'm saying that indeed their dismay, frustration, anger, whatever you want to call it, at these things not going exactly as they wanted them to, is um, is not justified, and they're being spoiled. That's a TI kind of response to emotion stuff.
And like, I want to be fair too. Like, I know that like I sounded spoiled before, and I do sound spoiled, and I know that I am spoiled. Um,
Oh yeah, you and me both. Yeah, it's true. My initial reaction was to question whether well, it was to question whether this critique, which I interpreted as such, was something that I needed to like like whether it was something that represented an actual thing I had done wrong or not. Because I definitely don't want to wrong Rachel in any way, and if I ever do, I certainly want to be wholly apologetic for that and not try to avoid accountability or anything. So accordingly, I've got to evaluate the legitimacy of a critique before I can figure out how to respond to it. You might say she wasn't criticizing you, Eric. She was telling you how she felt. Well, if she was telling me about how she felt about the news of some celebrity dying that she read and how it really made her angry because she really didn't like that guy and wished he had died sooner or something.
I'm sure.
Then I'm in that instance there's no way for me to interpret it as a criticism of me, so I don't need to evaluate it for to see if I did anything wrong. pretty impressed Rachel and Eric do this live fearlessly. I mean, we've been living life in front of the camera for the last number of years now.
Yeah, since we've been together.
Right.
Right from the start. So and we've had way worse in front of the camera.
Yeah. This is just a little hiccup. Just a little hiccup. I understand why people might not want to watch Rachel and I at odds in any way, because I probably wouldn't want to watch that either. In general, when I see on camera in a movie, TV show, whatever, any kind of like intimate moments, I cover my eyes. I see this program is not appropriate for little boys. Forcing almost anything in life is going to lead to a bad time. Yeah. You know, it's like the coaches in the sports say, you got to let the game come to you. And I've been waiting for the game to come to me for a while now. I'm not sure it's even on its way. Life's main thing, says Diamond, is becoming yourself. What do you start out as? Someone else? Or does becoming yourself mean becoming yourself means like recognizing your own strengths and deficits or something? I'm not sure what that would mean. Harold Lamb says, I saw it with your ex, but she was horrible. No offense. She wasn't considerate to you. Rachel is a kind person. You did well.
Thanks.
You got trying to force it with my ex? Yeah, probably. What your parents and your society want you to be, then you become yourself. Oh. I'm not sure well, maybe I sort of tried to become what my parents wanted me to be with my first wife. Possibly that was an attempt to do that. I was, by and large, more responsible and less chaotic before she cheated on me, which kind of threw everything into a tumble. And I never really quite stopped. Never got all the way out back to where I was before starting that tumble in regards to being responsible and stuff. I guess I just got habituated to pathological demand avoidance or something. Yeah, I know you're talking about, Kim. She was quite a piece of work.
Yeah.
She was a good example of what it looks like when somebody is unhealthy in a relationship, and also a good example of how it can be tricky for outsiders in those instances to see that one party is entirely to blame and the other party is not to blame at all. And that's what happens in a BPD relationship. I was trying to engage in good relationship habits consistently and pretty much, by and large, didn't get dragged into certain kinds of mud just because she was going there. But regardless, because it was so contentious, it was impossible for me to demonstrate, you know, you'd have to be very attuned to what comprises a better and worse response to this kind of unhealthy thing to recognize that it was actually all her fault and none my fault. And it's not just that instance of relationship. It's every instance where you get somebody where it has one person's got BPD and the other person doesn't. That BPD person is going to put that second person through the ringer every time. And it's not going to be, somewhat his fault, somewhat her fault. It's going to be one person's fault entirely.
Yeah. But like, you learned that though.
I learned what? That it was all her fault, or that people couldn't. People didn't necessarily.
That it was all her fault, and
right. I kind of felt that to be the case somewhat throughout the relationship, but because I was trying to be a good relationship partner,
Yeah.
I also was open to the idea that maybe I needed to make changes or something. I understand much more clearly in the aftermath of that relationship that indeed the blame landed squarely on one side and not on me. And I think it's important that that message get out to the world as well. Because there are plenty of people who are in some kind of terrible relationship and they're hearing from multiple parties that, it's always somewhat of both people's fault, which is not the case at all. Hello, Ireland, into the wild. Um, did you take a course on jewelry afterwards? That's good. That's a good prescriptive solution for that commenter's problem, whereby he tried to purchase a necklace for his wife, and it was unfortunately turned out to be anal beads, used anal beads, presumably. Yeah, they're a lot cheaper if you buy them used. I don't know. I'm assuming they must be cheaper used. I saw this video today about a piece of lost media that somebody found, and is this children's video called Jumper and Simon and Jumper or something like that. But it looked like a terrible kid show that made like 1990 or what have you, and it had this puppet frog and this guy singing songs and stuff, and it was just whatever. Obviously, nothing special in any way, shape, or form. But because it had become lost media, in other words, somebody on some Reddit thread put, like, I remember this video from childhood, involved this frog puppet, involved this kind of song here, and there was a song about this, there was a joke about a belly button, and included a lot of details. And those kind of like lost media things gain a lot of traction sometimes. This one did. And it went through a lot of efforts to try to track it down. Finally, the guy who made the video was able to track it down by contacting a eBay lister who had a video that was thought to be made by the same company as the Jumper one, and asked her if she happened to have a copy of the Jumper one as well, and she did. But the point of all this is, for absolutely no reason except for the internet got interested in discovering where they could find this piece of lost media, she was able to charge $100 for this horrible old videotape of this pointless show that nobody could ever possibly want to watch. Well, that's the advantage of being lost media, I guess. Lost media finders are real heroes. I do enjoy the lost media topic. I can watch some videos on the topic. It's interesting. Obviously, the more niche the lost thing is, kind of the less interesting. Like, I'm not necessarily super interested in hearing stories about how there were 3 lost levels for this Garfield game that could only be played on the Sega, the briefly alive Sega subscription service, and somebody finally found playable, a playable format of these lost levels. Well, that's not that interesting to me. But I guess what makes those stories interesting is when they are telling the story of hunting it down, of how it came to be a topic in lost media, different dead ends people took to try to get to find it, etc. Mine says, I like reliving the past. Somebody recently posted a Lost Children song from my childhood, and listening to that again was amazing. Cool. In general, I don't have a lot of positive nostalgia But I got to experience a little bit of it today when Rachel and I were talking about when we first discovered the Johnny album, and both being so amazed by it. And I still feel that way. You know, we it's one of the few things that we'll put on as an album, which is what Rich put on in the car. Most most things we listen to will listen to tracks. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I've got a playlist called Chappy Tracks that's got hundreds of songs on it. I think over 200, maybe not.
Wow.
I'm not exactly sure. I don't remember the total number, but I think it's between 200 and 300, and they're all selected purely by virtue of what a great track they are. So some artists might just be represented once.
Mm-hmm.
Some artists represented multiple times.
Yep. This is a special artist, though.
Yeah, Johnny's such a special artist that he's actually underrepresented in the list because I figure we'll listen to it, the album itself, you know. So I don't need to necessarily have it so heavily represented in my tracks portion of our listening thing because it's good enough to listen to the album basically start to finish, and we might listen to the Beatles like that is the only other thing we listen to like that. Wait, it's not morning. Do people still listen to CDs? I mean, some people do. Still a viable medium. I think I think that computers nowadays come with a DVD-ROM that also plays CDs, I believe. But maybe they don't. I'm not
my
100% sure about that.
laptop's always played
CDs.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're correct. It is not morning guilt. Lost media is sort of a phenomenon of looking for the sake of finding the object is arbitrary. Yeah, that's true. Computers don't even come with disc readers anymore? Really? So you got to get that sort of thing separately? It's legacy. Well, I don't really have any reason to play any discs anymore. Like, conceivably, if I acquired a CD from like a thrift store and I wanted to, and for some reason that CD weren't online for me to listen to, and I wanted to listen to the tracks, I guess, well, I mean, I'd be wary of posting them anywhere I could listen to it online. I have a CD player in my car, so I listen to CDs. My vinyl player is broken right now. Pet the cat and laugh. Laughing is the best fight against darkness. Ha 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 ha.
I pet the catfish before.
Hello, Nog. I'm doing fine. You built your computer with no disk reader in 2015. Well, aren't you a curve surfer, Fly Guy?
Mm-hmm.
In my attic, I've got some of the oldest kind of discs, the big square discs that were before the smaller square floppy disks. They came before the hard square discs, which came before them. Yeah, you know. There's a market for old CDs, and fans of the band artists buy them for the experience. In other words, not to access the music. Well, I noted that a student of mine came into the live stream the other night, former student.
Really?
Yeah, Gatto. I don't remember what his first name was. Everyone called him Gatto. I'm 54. And he goes around LA getting 45s, like old 45s that he finds in stores and such. And then he records it and uploads it. I guess they're mostly 45s that aren't already up online because they're obscure. Cassettes don't age well now. I'd only want a disc reader for the Supernatural box set. Just way to watch it. Took it off Netflix and it's overpriced on YouTube's movie show feature on Amazon. I've done the math, and the box set is cheaper. Sometimes albums get pulled from streaming platforms or they get modified. I want to own the original studio release of physical copies. You don't own any of the music you stream on Spotify, for example. Well, it's true. I'm sure I don't own any of the music that I play on YouTube either, but it really doesn't matter because um, I'm always going to have YouTube Premium, and which means I can download full playlists of like songs and play them even if I don't have internet. So the functionality is exactly the same as owning it, except it's contingent on one thing that's about as certain as the sun rising, namely that I'm going to continue to have YouTube Premium. My Bloody Valentine's album Loveless got pulled from Spotify. Why? I don't know why.
Good call.
My Bloody Valentine, huh? YouTube is better than Spotify for music. I agree. And YouTube has this useless thing called YouTube Music that I've never understood the point of at all. It's tough being born in the wrong body, the wrong body, the wrong body. It's tough being born in the wrong body. Can't you see that for sure? It's tough being born in the wrong body, the wrong body, the wrong body. It's tough being born in the wrong body, the wrong body for sure. It sucks being stuck in the wrong body, in the wrong body, in the wrong body. It sucks being stuck in the wrong body for sure. When I was born, I was supposed to be a 7-foot tall woman from Romania. Instead, I was born like this little baby like this because I don't know why, but I can say that my body is wrong and I wish I was gay, but I'm not. And accordingly, that's not how it should be indeed, cause sucks being stuck in the wrong body, in the wrong body, in the wrong body. Yeah, sucks being stuck in the wrong body for sure. It sucks being stuck in the wrong body, in the wrong body, in the wrong body. It sucks being stuck in the wrong body for sure. Yeah, I was supposed to be a 7-foot tall Romanian woman, supposed to play on their Olympic basketball team. My name was Katerina something, Romania, I don't recall what though. My name was Katerina, I was supposed to be Romanian, and then gee, I was born out of my mother's womb, come out onto the table, and the doctor said, hey, you're not Romanian at all, nor are you a lady, you're able to put your penis in things that makes you a man as far as I can see. And I said, whoa, doctor, hold up now, listen to what I got to say. It sucks being stuck in the wrong body, in the wrong body, in the wrong body. Sucks being stuck in the wrong body, in the wrong body for sure. There. I was motivated by Putty Cat's comment. He said something about his sex being stuck in the wrong body. Modest Mouse has a song like that? I'm not familiar with their body of work. Hey, Putty Cat, what I want you to do right now is an FI exercise, okay? I want you to put yourself in the shoes of the person who feels like they're stuck in the wrong body. How would you feel if others told you, no, Putty Cat, you're in the right body? Wouldn't you want to sing that song I just played? I think so. Everybody would. I'm going to get a cup of coffee. Would you like one, Rachel? Oh, she's not listening to me. She's listening to something else. One thing we got from the store today, I'm super glad about it. Hey, hey, hey. Makes me want to say, hey, hooray. We got ourselves some coffee cream. I'm going to throw away my leftovers from last night because they're old. Turn on this light. Okay. When you see this coffee, you might well say, I don't know, bro, the coffee looks a little strong. You're not wrong, although this cup of it is probably fine. I took the first cup of it that came out. You know, if your coffee starts brewing and only like one cup of it has dripped out yet, and you take that cup, that's the strongest cup of the whole pot. And if like that's too strong, well, you probably just maybe help the rest of the pot be a little less strong. But if it's just strong enough, then the rest of the pot's going to be too weak.
Oh, I put a lot of it in my mug.
A lot of what?
The coffee.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the strength of the coffee.
Oh.
See, the first cup that I took from the coffee, I took before Rachel filled up the big thing. And it wasn't a full cup that I took, because when I started pouring, I was like, "Ee, this looks pretty strong." And it didn't have hardly any creamer left. So I just filled it up half a cup. Maybe 2/3 of a cup. In this instance, I've got both half and half and non-dairy creamer to soften the blow of the coffee. Body in the wrong body. Yeah, it does. Like, I keep waiting for every morning I wake up expecting my body to be that of a 21-year-old Greek god. But I keep being stuck in the wrong body. They keep giving me this old body. Like, hey, I thought I already returned that body. I said, remember the notes I put. This body has gotten too old. I love you with all of my heart. The drummer is pretty awesome. Too super strong and fast groove. There are some good songs that are released but never got much attention. Well, according to one of my YouTube retrospectives around the turn of the year, my song of the year that I listened to was Making Me Nervous by Brad Sucks. Is your seventh spot function absolute value, even if blind? Yes. How does it manifest? And it's something that's very important for you to uphold, that you're likely to fail to uphold at some points anyway, and in dramatic ways, and it's going to cause you to feel a lot of negative impacts. It might play out like I'm FI polar. I might be busting someone's chops or correcting them sternly or something, and not get that there's what's going on here until they say like you hurt my feelings, in which case then I just like completely disabled by that critique. I agree in full that it's important, and and that I failed, and now I see that like, oh, somebody's feeling hurt and I feel sad and guilty and stuff, Or you might not, it might take a while to even get there in your relationship with it. Like, it is the case that my failure to effectively attend via my 8 slot function results in a lot of anxiety, but it's not the case that doing stuff really resolves that anxiety in any meaningful way, or that I get satisfaction from completion, particularly. I, by and large, don't get much satisfaction from that. Hope is a joke. Give up all hope right now. As a man, you must never share your feelings, ever. I share mine all the time. You might not want me to share them with you, but I do it anyway. Um, I, I see, had friends with FI polar, I have FE polar, so how would that manifest? Well, it would manifest as, like, for example, you consciously and actively not both not caring about actually and not prioritizing, and also maybe being expressly opposed to the idea of caring about what other people think about you or other people's perceptions. But then if other people, if a large number of people start to perceive you badly, you'll realize, or if you incur harms that you can definitively link to another person's bad perception of you, then you'll feel acutely kind of all of a sudden that, oh, I shouldn't have been so, how could I have been so blind? Not accomplishing things. Goals? That's a terrible take. And what is winning and losing? Oh, Casey Jones's take on mail sharing is a terrible take. I saw Jared and it reminds me that I need to send him some more money. I'll go inside and do that. I mean, the other way in which your seventh slot is an absolute value is that, like, my engagement with FI is very infantile in that it's easy for me maybe to know what I feel like doing right now or what I don't like in the same way like a baby is like, I don't like carrots or something, you know? But it's hard for me to manage more sophisticated understandings of my own subjectivities where I recognize what's important over this time scale, that time scale, another. Um, where I have a clear understanding of who I am, I guess, or I guess a subjective understanding of who I am. Winning is not being manipulated emotionally. Is that winning? Winning is getting outcome you want. Losing is short delay, kind of. Just say you met toxic people who used your vulnerability against you. Men always have their feelings used against them, always. Start sharing your feelings unless you're talking to a duck or a squirrel. People don't use my feelings against me. Not that I notice. I guess it's probably more difficult for somebody to use my feelings against me than it is for most people to be targeted like that. In part because of the way I'm engaging with people in general, random people. Like via a live stream, it's easy for me to remain detached, more easy for me to remain detached, even if I feel emotional about something that somebody says. In theory, I might feel emotional about it because of the form of the live stream. I'm practiced with being emotionally non-reactive. If the situation happens, then I'm blind to being it opposite. It's always paralyzing, so you're right. See, when other people are okay with me, such a situation happens, then I see. Gotcha. I mean, I don't know if Casey is saying that at all. I didn't hear him say that. I don't think I can infer that from what he said. But if he is saying that, that's not the case. Rachel was not being emotionally manipulative. She was, uh, I don't know how to describe what she was doing, but she wasn't trying to manipulate me. I mean, like my take on it was just that she was emotionally mistaken in some way. Like, um, she thought she was bothered a lot by something, but in reality, it was some kind of displacement or something. I'm not really sure. I get that maybe she could genuinely be bothered by those things. Uh, and I'm not saying that her her concerns are not things that might be legitimate or what have you. Um, but like in that instance, it included at least one thing that she had just misinterpreted. I threw those leftovers out because they were super old. Worst advice for you if you're trying to get information from somebody is what? Right. I appreciate that, here, Lem. Yeah, I agree that we're not, we can trust each other just because we have, you know, certain moments of I guess disputed moments or something. That's just life. Not everything's always going to go perfectly smoothly. Some bald dude. That's me. I'm some bald dude. But I'm not even all the way bald. I'm just sort of bald. Like from here to here. From here all the way down to here is bald. Except for these things. Rather be a fake than a phony. What's the difference? What's your opinion on INTJ ISFJ relationship? I mean, I don't think that's a very good match. You've got NITE, which are 8 and 7 respectively in ISFJ, and SIFE, which are 8 and 7 respectively in INTJ. So it's going to be a tough relationship, I think. Mm, not really. If Steve Billings wants me to interview him, I would be fine doing that. I get that at the moment Steve Billings has got his live stream going on, but I'm not averse to the idea of interviewing Steve Billings about his channel. But do I want to go participate in his panel? No, I don't. Yeah, I don't doubt that Steve Billings' stream is popping. I noted when I've gone there in the past as well, he seems to have a lot of people in attendance. He's got good numbers, and probably there's a fair amount of, you know, back and forth and drama going on and so forth. But I personally don't like that kind of content. My name is Christopher. Hello, Christopher. And yeah, fairly brazen of Steve Billings deciding to come into my live stream while I'm live streaming and try to siphon off some of the audience. But I'm not particularly fussy about that. If people want a different media experience than the one I'm providing, then it's only natural they're going to go pursue that. All right, I told Rachel I was going to roll her some more joints when we got home. So why don't I remember to do that? But also, I want to grind up some additional grindings here so I can pull a couple palm reps as well. I don't care what he's like in real life. She is sometimes countervaluing my thinking too much and tendency to solve stuff to prevent being bored. She sees it as stressful and out of the ordinary. Yeah, well, I would imagine that any successful integration with an ISFJ on TE grounds is simply going to be you TEing for them. It's not going to be like, let's TE together. You're 6 years in, huh? Well, my dad was an ESTJ and my mom was an ISFJ. He was a TE Dom and she was TE Polar. Their relationship worked out all right. They were together there for, I don't know, shit ton of years, 50 years or something. So you don't have to be typologically matched perfectly to successfully have a relationship, and that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. Um, you know, every couple is going to have ways in which they work well together and ways in which they work poorly together, unless you're in some kind of toxic relationship, you know? One could fairly critique um, duality as drawing both people away from their natural strengths. One could fairly critique mirage as um, like deactivating because neither person pushes the other in areas where they're naturally apathetic or something. So, the the point is, I tend to think those are what, according to socionics, are the two most comfortable pairings is duality and mirage, but each of them has differing. You could frame each of them as having advantages, disadvantages, depending on how you prioritize things. It always feels like two-person problem becomes my problem, and conversation turns into let's quickly end this topic from her part because she thinks this problem is unable to be solved by talk. Well, yeah, she's probably thinking that when we're talking about something, it's it's very separate from any kind of extroverted thinking frame. Tell her, relax, babe. I'll solve the problems. You sit here pretty and maybe bake something nice and cute. He's still talking? Who's still talking? Me? That may be true, but sometimes. But if it's a go to that's a cope and a way to not engage, trust me, I know I did it for years. Well, I do think that we're unlikely to make much headway trying to trying to get people to pay attention in ways that are very unnatural to them or not reflexive or unlikely to accomplish any change. In my first marriage, for example, I was very much a TI a TI like warrior in the sense that I said that you know that she needed to stop using her emotions and making determinations for things and said things like, don't you did it again. You told me how you feel. I've already explained to you how you feel is irrelevant. you know, I was kind of like that when I was young, not understanding cognitive functions or anything, not recognizing it as being a TIFI thing or anything like that. I just thought, what is wrong with this person? Why are they not determining things from a disinterested perspective? TE comparison wants to help solve a problem. Your ISFJ may just want to vent. She won't be logical. She's filled up with feelings she may want to share with her homemate. I mean, a lot of times I think ISFJs, maybe even more so than INFJs, will engage their partner to expressly to solve problems of various kinds or to attain outcomes that they want that they don't know how to get themselves.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's probably more than INFJ, right? Yeah.
Because their absolute value is extrovert sensing. So it's like they're going to have a lot more like real world concrete things they wanted to do, whereas INFJ is going to be much more interested in consuming media and
Like I look at the relationship as a whole, like instead of like particular things.
well sure, but I'm saying like in terms of asking your partner to solve problems, do certain things.
Oh yeah.
ISFJs are more likely to do that because they're more likely to want things in the concrete world rather than things in the metaphysical world, which you know INFJs are not gonna. That's not gonna involve nearly as much TE if you're that kind of stuff
No.
because they are interested. Duh, Eric. Huh? Because who's interested in what? ISFJ women can be pretty banging. I'm not critiquing ISFJs. I think they're fine. I have my oldest friend in the world. He's an ISFJ, and I really appreciate his virtues. The neighbor Jared, he's an ISFJ. I appreciate his virtues. Well, that reminds me, I need to send some money. Watch out, trouble. Underfoot again. Well, not all feelings are bad, Putty Cat. You can have good feelings about things too. Feelings like laughing and not depressed. All right, Trouble, can you move, please? Thank you. Let's see what's going on here in the old so-called PayPal. And I will send to Thursday, Friday, Saturday of car. You don't put a D. You're trying to abbreviate Fridays for FRI. But if you're trying to abbreviate Thursday, you write THURS. Crazy to think that for one day of the week, you have to have 5 letters to abbreviate it. Seems extravagant, 5 letters to abbreviate one day? What are we, made of letters? I don't think so. Hey, Kitty, I don't want you here either. Can you not, please? Can you just... I pet the shit out of you earlier.
I'll help you. Oh, shoot.
Yeah, she went away. Suffering leads to the dark side. Only Siths deal in absolute. Life, the cereal, main thing is milk. So if life is cereal, then the main thing is milk. But I hate to be the bearer of bad news. As far as I can tell, life is not cereal. So let's assume life is not cereal. Then what's the main thing? Because you're right about the fact that if life were cereal, milk would be the main thing. The only kind of good cold soup is cereal.
It's true.
Are you asking why is life not cereal, Diamond? Well, because it's not food. Fly Guy, okay, sure. You might say if life is cereal, then the main thing is cereal. But my point is like, if life is a basketball court, then you are a player on the court, right? You don't say if life is a basketball court, then the main thing in life is a basketball court. Then you're not doing any intellectual work. You're not going anywhere with it. Main thing is feeling interest. That's a big one for sure. What do you think the main thing in life is, Rachel?
I always thought the main thing in life is to be happy.
To be happy. Somebody also threw out there love as a possibility. That's the main thing. FI basically is the main thing. All right, let's see here. Food for life. Scratch and sniff these balls. No, thank you. And you know what I bet? I bet I wouldn't even need to scratch them and I would still be able to smell something. That's what I'm thinking. Seeing arguing as a problem in itself is a problem avoiding. Whether arguments are a problem depends on the frequency and ratio of interactions that aren't arguments and how the arguments go. Right. By and large, I think that one indication that arguments are a healthy thing is if the two people by communicating in that dispute of some kind, if they resolve the matter one way or the other or in some other way. Sorry, wasn't advertising. Fair enough. I didn't know that you were advertising. I didn't think you were. It didn't sound like the name of a website, but could have been. A shed is the main thing in life. Well, I think the main thing in life is going to have to do with, I guess, some sort of process over time. You know, like you might say that growth or or evolution of the self is the main thing, but it's also not the case that everybody becomes more wise or a better version of themselves as they get older. I still want to be a consonant when I grow up. Is that like a cosmonaut but of consonants? And if they smell like corn chips, maybe there's an adrenal issue. If they smell like grape Kool-Aid, maybe they are a raw fed ferret. Hmm, maybe. Booty Cat wants to be a forest ranger. Vanna White just got married.
Yeah,
Has she been single this whole time? Really? That's weird. I never thought about her marital status, but I guess if you had asked, I would have guessed she'd been married the whole time.
Right? I
Yeah.
know, me too. No, like they were together. She was with the guy for a long time, but they just got married.
What if somebody told you your core is wrong? So let's say you're an EHP, somebody convinces you that ideation is bad, wrong, and hurtful. So then what? You lose your sense of fulfillment, so it's subjective. I mean, I think you'll be it is the case that circumstances can affirm or negate your implicit ways of doing things. But I don't think you'll ever actually be convinced that your dominant function is not your best way to approach things. So, like, thinking about my friend Corey, for example, who has spent decades now in this toxic relationship where his wife is ontologically assaulting him all the time. And instead of coming to doubt his dominant function, he's kind of retreated all the way to it, where it's the only thing he trusts anymore at all. Like, you might you might be generally depressed. Obviously, when a person is generally depressed, they're not going to find a lot of satisfaction in anything. But that's not going to change uh, the relationship between means and end, right? But what if your best friend tells you so, the one whose opinion you value, respect, and also believe? I mean, I don't think, no matter how much they tell you that, or you value, respect that you're going to internalize that way of paying attention is inherently bad. You might accept that it serves you poorly in a given context. You might be convinced uh, to not display the extroverted intuition in a public setting, but it's not the case that you're going to be suddenly like pleased by be more pleased by familiarity and less pleased by originality.
Vanna Plaid.
Vanna Plaid, Vanna Havana, Vanna Banana, and Vanna Boofrey Love. Is that her husband's name? Boofrey Love?
I didn't
Boofy
have
Love.
a birthday margarita yet. You make me want to have one though. See people, honestly, when I say I'm easily influenced, I'm not joking. I really am. I see birthday margarita enough and makes me want to have one.
Right. It's definitely the case what Alex says as well, that most people don't even know necessarily what their type
Yeah.
actually is. They're
No.
likely wrong about it and or don't understand cognitive functions or what have you. But I suspect that what that guy means is not that that they've been convinced that their dominant function is bad in cognitive function terms, but rather that they've been told stuff that invalidates them in their use of their cognitive functions by somebody who doesn't know anything about cognitive functions. Like, for example, my dad used to say to me the last few years of his life, I remember him saying it before then too, that nobody ever had any good ideas after 30, which was very much a direct negation of me and my ways, and his informing me essentially that he thought how I am was fundamentally wrong. Um, it's conceivable in some world where I got nothing but that kind of stuff that I would have internalized it, but it would still make it would just make me generally depressed, probably not find joy in anything. It wouldn't change the means end relationship between absolute value and instrumental. I mean, instrumental and absolute, respectively. The Dawn Vanna equals God Mama. See you guys later, says New Groove. See you later. And for the person who was asking that stuff about, you know, living in a world so cold, as Prince said, a world where you and your ways aren't valued. Well, yeah, I think everybody's going to encounter at least a little bit of that in life because, in part because of the education system, you're going to have had some teachers at some point who are intentionally configured in conflict with your configuration. You'll know what that's like, you know. Most times you can reason it out. Sometimes it makes you think if you're overdoing your down function, but you cannot stop because it's your core. Well, yeah. I mean, the thing is, I would say that overusing a function is maximally seen in the second slot. That in the dominant slot, there's a maximally mature relationship with it that allows you to understand when you shouldn't use it really as well. For example, my dad, who was an ESTJ, he had a hard time getting when like further ideation wouldn't do any good. So you can do a certain amount of possibility generating when it comes to say problems that might arise in some kind of settings. But if you're trying to figure out what you're going to do, then and it's contingent, then if you're going to do this kind of ideational stuff through a conditionality web, then you need those conditionals to break down into binaries, right? Like, first I'm gonna talk to Mary about Mia. If Mary says Mia is X, then I'm gonna do this. If Mary says Mia is Y, then I'm gonna do that. The problem is a lot of things like that, they end up having other possibilities that you haven't accounted for, and there's not everything just inherently breaks down to things like that. And as soon as you get too many possibilities in the conditionality web, it becomes unproductive to try to ideate down that line further. Over rolling the joint. You think those are too tight? I don't know. This week's pretty dry, pretty finely ground as well. Should smoke fine. Maybe those weren't my best joints ever. I'm not the world's fanciest joint roller. Overuse can look less like usage and more like expecting everyone else to exercise that exact function the way you do or to your preference. Yeah, and you're much more likely to come into conflict in, over your second slot function than your dominant. Like, I am likely to come into my most combative exchanges when I'm facing TI polar. Because in that regard, it's like, okay, look, I, we're at work here. I'm trying to get work done, and I'm saying I need to hammer this board in over here, and you're saying no, you need to you need to come over here and mix different paints together so they have unique colors or something. And I'm saying that doesn't count as work. And they're saying to me, you're trying to do the wrong job or something. You know, the point is, it gets very frustrating because you're trying to accomplish something specific. It's instrumental. So, accordingly, they're not getting in the way of something that's an absolute value. They're getting in the way of me getting to an absolute value. Like, they're preventing me from using the tool I try to use to, say, reach agreement, attain mutual understanding. Dismayed says, "Shut up, grandpa." Well, I'm actually not a grandpa, so I guess you're not talking to me. Um, well, yeah, I get a little frustrated when I'm talking to people who aren't using introverted thinking, and who aren't who aren't attaining a certain level of basic competency at introverted thinking. And it's because, of course, I'm trying to do things with words the basic engine of which is excising stuff that we've eliminated. And of course, if the other person is not trying to figure out what's correct by eliminating things that we've established are wrong, then that's going to be challenging for me to to deal with, because they're just using language for an entirely different reason than me. Sure, but at the end of the day, you are aware it's who you are. People can take it or leave it, but if somebody you value is convinced its uselessness, strangely unbelievable when I value him. So I think what you're saying is you have your feelings hurt, and that's fine. It's fine to have your feelings hurt. It and it's perhaps informative as well. Like, maybe you need to put some distance in that relationship because You don't feel as though he's treating you fairly or certainly not well. How do you deal with your forehead being as big as the Grand Canyon? Well, I try to monetize it, of course. I host a robust tourist industry. Buses are always coming in, and I sell them souvenirs. The Grand Forehead, thanks for visiting. There's, you know, postcards you can buy. There's a guided walking tour if you'd like. Uh, Costs $40. Lasts a brisk 3 minutes. The Typewriter and Typology, A Tale of Two Strausses. Reuben, the gap might be big, but you couldn't fit it. You couldn't fit in a keyhole. What does that mean? Feelings are information. And Thomas, I would suggest that recognizing that you feel either countervalued in your nature and or I guess disrespected in some regard is certainly something that can be informative about your boundaries, because the person might not even be aware that's what they're doing or might be unaware of it impacting you. So, you know, it, you might want to, like, it's conceivable you might want to just inform them of your boundaries, so to speak. That, look, if you've got opinions about expressions of consciousness that I identify with, and you want to negate those expressions of consciousness, just hold your tongue, please, because I'm going to feel disrespected. Feelings are powerful. That's why we have music and art. I mean, I think that music and art convey resonance on multiple levels. Not really TI, not TE, but, you know, considerations like originality, NE, are factoring in. Considerations like universal resonance, NI, are factoring in. Considerations like um, being very aware of how certain language plays. If there's lyrics, for example, it's going to have a big FE component. And I think also music links with SI a lot. People have a different relationship with stuff that they have more familiarity with in general. There is additionally an emotive quality to music that you can listen to a sad song and make you feel sad, and or like a energizing song and make you feel energized. There's limits to that, but there's certainly a component of it. And you could even engage with music on an FE level if you're dancing, for example. I just think TE and TI are pretty much out of the mix when it comes to music. When it comes to other kinds of art, well, there are some kinds of art making that involve a lot of craft, like maybe workshop style craft. Like, for example, if you're trying to sculpt something in bronze or something like that, you got to know all the steps in the order to do those things and stuff. But you could probably learn that. You don't have to figure it out yourself to be TE. What about the structure of music itself? Couldn't you use TE or TI there? Well, you could learn music theory, and essentially that's a TI thing of like recognizing that the suspended fourth chord goes well in this setting with these other chords because of this circle of fifth relationship or some stuff like that. I don't know. It's true you can either accurately or inaccurately represent a piece of music in sheet music. That would be a TI kind of thing. Regarding TE, yeah, there are plenty of TE things you can do to engage with music. Things like practicing scales and other TE shit like that, caring a lot about exactly where you place your fingers and how you do things and all that kind of stuff. But the point I'm saying about TE and TI not being useful at all in music is that neither of them is a good way to make good music or is going to correlate with success in music at all. The more TE you are about music, the less good your music's going to be, by and large. Not in every instance, but to be TE about music is to see it as a problem to be solved or a goal to be attained. See it in those kind of terms. Well, that's not a good. Neither of those things are good ways to see it. It may be the case that ultimately it's because it's difficult to make great music that it's conceivable to see it as a problem to be solved. But it doesn't work like that, you know. You can't you can't really interface in any kind of ordinated way the creation of some music and have it turn out to be good. Like, there are many different ways that one can end up with a track, and none of them is necessarily that way. Like, for example, if I successfully take a shower, there's a certain order of steps. First, I take off my clothes, then I get in the shower and clean myself, then I get back out, dry off, put on new clothes. If instead I get in the shower, then I take off my clothes will be all wet, and that's the wrong way to do it. So, the thing is, music's not like that. There's not a recipe anybody can follow to successfully make good music. It involves a lot of things. It involves intuition, it involves like ideational robustness, it involves a certain amount of constructive energies and a certain amount of executive energies. And you might have different ratios of those in two different songs and have them come out equally good. Of course, this is all predicated on the idea that what matters most in music is the creation of original music. For people with different stacks than mine, maybe the most important thing in music is playing live and having that experience, or jamming with other people, or being able to learn songs that you hear that you think have cool guitar parts and you want to learn how that's played or something like that. Well, different things can be a person's priority musically, and there's no implicit reason to think that the the part of music that I think of as most important is in fact most important. Like, if you want to be in the LA Philharmonic, then you've got to be extremely practiced and trained on your instrument, which probably involves a lot of TE kind of drills and stuff like that. And it doesn't matter if you or can compose for anything. It doesn't matter if you can, say improvise. I don't prioritize the ability to improvise either as a value, but some other people might. But I guess because of my dominant function being extroverted intuition and my third slot function being extroverted feeling, to me, what matters most is my own original ideas being intuitively resonant with other people in ways that they go, oh, that's a good song. I like it a lot. That's catchy or what have you. And if I am not the author of the thing, then even if people enjoy a performance of a cover, um, I'm not going to take any particular satisfaction for having accomplished anything because, after all, it's not my song, you know? I could say the opposite. Teching is more sensory because it relies on bass and I can't read that. Time for me to stop lying to myself. I can't read that without my glasses. Well, the neighbors are once again listening to absolutely terrible music. You know, from my perspective, the people across the street are engaging with music like all wrong because they're listening to bad music. But as a general thing, I would say it's it's broadly wise and serves a person well to listen to lots of music. They do listen to a lot of music over there. So I'm stuck between two paradigms. On the one hand, I think it's always bad to listen to bad music. On the other hand, I think it's good in general to be a person who listens to music regularly. So which paradigm wins in this instance? Well, if the question is what state of affairs do I wish existed, then in that sense, I wish they didn't listen to music because I don't want to listen to their bad music. But if I ask what's best for them, well, obviously, them doing what they feel like doing is what they should do, not what I think they should do. I don't know. Whatever they're listening to, it doesn't matter what the genre is. It seems like they're listening to the worst instances of music from that genre. Like if they were listening to classical music, it would be some terrible, discordant, contemporary classical music made by somebody who has too much music theory and too little intuition.
So rude.
What, them? I don't think they're being particularly rude because it's not very loud. Right
I don't like them. I judge them greatly.
Well, that's fine. I've had people who share the same appreciation for Bjork's music that I have, and that's beside the fact whether her music is objectively bad or not. That's besides the point. It requires a sensibility, and I don't find people who have it. No, it's not too loud. It's pretty quiet. You know, it's 5:45. They tend to play it in this chunk of time in the evening for.
Work. Like, oh my god, you're so annoying. If I wasn't worried about like getting shot, I would actually tell them like that. I'm glad someone told them that they're playing too loud, but like I don't like them. I want to tell them like I don't like them. I don't like you people. I don't care if you're a teacher. I don't care if like your kids are happy or whatever. Like I don't like you.
Okay.
I don't like them if they fight. Ugh, I don't like them. They're white trash and I don't like them.
Fair enough. I don't think that's such a good idea, Fly Guy. I think it's conceivable that to some extent Rachel's also saying that she she's not fond of me defending them ever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I just don't like them, period. Like, I don't know. I didn't like the people before them either, but I they get on my nerves because they're so rude. It's like a big wound and like in a in a in a fairly good leg. Like they suck.
Yeah. Well, I
Like
I prefer their noise pollution over the barking dog myself, but
I don't like the I don't know. I don't. It's different for me.
the problem with the barking dog was that happened anytime they weren't home. The dog would be barking like all the time. And with this, it doesn't occupy as much time of the day in terms of audio pollution. They don't, I think.
I don't know. They're trash.
Okay. So, I don't know where to go with that.
I don't know. We have differing opinions. It's just that. Like I'm not. I have no inclination to be like nice to them at all.
I mean, we don't engage with them ever at all.
No, and I have. That's what I mean. I'm not inclined to either. Like
No, I'm not inclined to either. I feel no inclination to go
I
like
don't like
hang
it
out
when
with those
Leo
people or
like
anything.
runs over here. Like I wish that I could just go on a walk and have like Leo like to worry about like Leo. Ugh,
Well, the only time
I
Leo
just don't
came with
like them.
us
I
was
just
when we
don't
had
like them. I
Lulu.
just don't like them.
Okay, that's fine. I is I guess I would say like is there anything at work here besides just a kind of
No, it's
sudden
just like
sudden
you
realization?
talk about them like you don't mind them, and I mind them. So it feels like I'm an opposite ends with you on that, and
Well,
that's fine.
I mean, I don't talk about them so much like I don't mind them as I kind of silver lining it a bit,
I don't know.
but
I wish they weren't there, but it could always be worse. But they're so like, oh God, I wish that house wasn't there. Ugh, it's a renter's house too. So
yeah, okay.
it's like you're new to the neighborhood. How do you fucking think that you're like in charge and can like play your music like that? Like I'm so glad that someone told them that they were playing too loud. I just don't like them.
I mean, it would seem that that probably happened since they started turning it down, but
Thank
we don't.
God.
I don't know for sure that somebody told them they
I
were playing too
I'm
loud.
pretty sure because like it was the people down the street who told them that like Leo can't just be walking around the neighborhood.
Who told them that?
The neighbors down the street with the lights in front of their house.
Hmm.
So like I wouldn't be surprised if they said that um yo, you're playing your music too loud. And thank God someone did, because like you don't fucking do anything and I want to do stuff and you say I can't.
I mean,
Like when they're fighting like cats and dogs, like I want to do something about it. Like I'm sick of it. If I hear it again, like I want to do something. I don't like them. I just don't. Like, you're so nice.
In answer to your question, what type do I not get along with most? I would say I have the most contentious disputes probably with ESFPs. I don't spend a lot of time engaging with ESTJs, but except for Rachel's mom sometimes.
Yeah, exactly, Alec T. Like, they honestly, like, they're so new. Like honestly, the guy, like the way he stared at me the one time, I was like hanging outside talking on the phone. I was like, first of all, you're fucking new. Like, you don't know how it is around here. And then, like, no one's happy with the way they fight, but no one does anything. It's like, I can't stand Jared talking about it either because he's like, well, I don't like it, but it's like, I'm not going to do anything. Like, again, no one's doing anything?
I mean, there are certain kinds of.
You feel differently, like, because you're a person who's fought in relationships where people call the cops on you.
I mean, that was just after I had broken up, actually. Nobody's called the cops on us during the
Yeah.
relationship. Anyway, this seems primarily to be a critique of my not wanting to go talk to them about.
No one wanting to, except for the people who told them to lower the volume, and for the people who told them that Leo can't just be walking around the neighborhood. Like, I don't give a shit if they used to live on a whatever acre like place. Like, definitely rehome him. Don't just talk about it. I don't like them.
Yeah, you made that clear. It seems like you'd like me to do something about it.
No, I wish they would go away. If they fight, I want someone to do something about it. I'm sick of hearing about them fighting. It's terrible.
I mean, I haven't heard them fight in a long time, but
But
maybe
it's
they
not.
have.
It happens. It didn't happen that long ago. He put his foot through the door.
Right, but
They
we
call it
didn't we
K.
didn't we
You
didn't
and
know
K are
that.
so fucking
We
nice.
didn't know that until somebody told us that. Obviously, if I hear somebody across the street screaming "Help! Help!"
They're not gonna do that.
Yeah,
She's not gonna do that.
right. So,
Whatever.
okay. Well, so what's going on this evening? I guess she was listening to something else. No. I mean, yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. It might not be a matter of something going on every day. There's an emotional weather forecast as general.
It's just because I don't want to talk about them.
You don't want to talk about them?
Like,
So you don't like it when I talk about their bad taste in music, for example?
yeah, because it reminds me how much I dislike them. I mean, you could talk about their music. Like, what? You're gonna not talk about their music? It's terrible. But, like, I wish they would go away. I don't like them. I don't like her boyfriend. He's a fucking terrible person. Oh my god. I don't want to talk about them. He's a fucking terrible person. And I don't think much of her either. She doesn't do shit about it. And she has kids. Oh my god. I can't with them.
I mean, I don't even know who her boyfriend is. I don't know which one. And she seems to have various people coming over. I don't know who are friends or who are boyfriends or what. Bringing up probably puts her in a bad mood. She thinks, oh my gosh, these people hateful. I mean, she may hate it a lot. I don't think that I don't think she thinks that the people are hateful per se. She may think lots of bad things about them are bad, but I don't think she's accusing them of being hateful. Then, I guess it still is on a little bit, but seems quieter than it was before. Even maybe before they had a door open and now it's closed or something. Hateful can mean deserving of hate. Okay, that's fine. I'll accept that. I guess people don't use the word hateable or hate worthy. So you're right. You may voice your opinion to them politely from your side of view. Well, I don't have anything to say to them because, like, regardless of anything else, they consistently play their music during reasonable hours and of late at reasonable volume. And if they are going to be a little louder, it'll be like on a Saturday or Friday night or something. And well, I have heard them fight on a couple of occasions. I haven't heard it myself in a while. I'd have to. And if I did hear them fighting across the street, well, you know, I've been in relationships where we've been fighting, like Rachel said, and I guess I can kind of put myself in their shoes, predict that that's not going to do any good, and that it's also going to create, you know, possibility of conflict between us and them that makes the existing status quo worse in some way. I don't know. By and large, it's just a matter of I'm trying to. I try to generally frame it in terms of silver linings, you know. But if Rachel says like, "How rude of them to do that," and I say, "Well, at least it's not not too late or too early, and it's not for a super long time or something like that," then she'll feel like I'm defending them rather than just trying to you know, find a bright side. And I guess it's the case that the barking dog from the previous people probably bothered me more than Rachel because I come out here to smoke a lot more. But there are a couple of topics that Rachel and I don't necessarily see eye to eye on. For example, the dogs running around at liberty. It doesn't bother me. She really doesn't like it. And when she brings something like that up, I generally see it as a way to express like a way to shit on something Eric adjacent in order to make sure that Eric smells the smell of it, kind of. Like that exchange in there was nominally about the neighbors, but that's not really, I don't think, what it was ultimately about. And when I get back inside, I'll be able to read the chat. I should have brought my glasses, of course, but of course I did not. Because that's the kind of never learn Norbert that I am. Eric, what you never learn? Apparently not. I read what you said there about the silver lining ribbon. You experienced that too. To some extent, I think Rachel accurately depicts it as a conflict between a 7, an Enneagram 7, and something that's not something else, 6 or 5, is that I tend to play a certain amount of maybe just shampoo that washes right out, which is referencing a Simpsons episode where Bart had gum in his hair. Marge said, "Are you sure it's gum? Maybe it's shampoo that washes right out." I can certainly have that quality of, if we don't acknowledge this is a problem, maybe we won't have to do anything. I can understand how that would feel like, well, it would feel like what it is, avoidant. And for somebody who's trying to confront something, if they're encountering my avoidance, then that's going to be, no doubt, somewhat irritating to them. I mean, it's reasonable to not want somebody to be avoidant when you're trying to bring up something you want solvency on or something like that. That's what I'm thinking, Fly Guy, as well. But that's why I think that exchange was not really about them per se.
You fucking don't. You'd rather do nothing? Oh my god, you're so all talk and no doing.
They haven't done anything wrong. I mean, I'm not gonna go with no ammunition.
Next time you're saying you're not someone who does shit like that.
You want me to go?
So
you want me to go to battle with no ammunition? Why? What are you gonna tell them?
I'll tell them.
Tell them what?
I'll tell them, like, you're being. Hi, I'm Rachel. I'm your neighbor. Actually, I can hear you fighting, and it's disruptive to the neighborhood. It's like really not that hard.
When's the last time you heard them fighting?
I haven't, but apparently they do because we know our neighbors have told us.
You're gonna complain to them about something you haven't even heard?
I'm not going now. I'm saying if I were to hear them fight again, like I'm not gonna not do nothing.
Well, what do you think? Well, what do you think is gonna be accomplished?
People who do fucking nothing. Just like you're saying, you don't believe in people who like actually do like no kings thing. Like
Well, like what I was saying was this isn't really about them, it's about me. Like I was saying. They're just the thing you're tying your ribbon around. Right. If somebody were to do something that I could specifically and correctly critique as wrong, unacceptable, etc., then I would be inclined perhaps to say something. But in this instance, maybe they have fought, but that's not, people fight sometimes. Couples fight, and it's not like happening all the time. I haven't heard them fight in a long time. I can remember hearing one fight. No, I don't think she's gonna do anything. I think she's at the moment in a place of what's wrong with Eric and how Eric is inadequate and etc. So the thing is, if they did, like say, play the music super loud late and it was bothering us and it was a consistent problem or something, then I might have to go over and talk to them about it in some sense at some point. But it would always be like kind of last resort because almost certainly the only thing that's going to happen is I'd make them defensive and mad at me. But it's true that I'm all talk. And in this instance, what I'm being asked to do is, in fact, talk. But I, if I'm going to go critique somebody, ask them to change, I need to be able to meet certain criteria first. So yeah, I don't know what exactly is going on with virtual tonight. It kind of makes me wonder if she took an Adderall. Like this sort of thing is it's not a super big deal or anything, but it's a little bit distressing. Not distressing exactly, but makes me sigh because you know I I don't see it as indicative of anything real. I don't know what exactly is responsible for this mood, but um, obviously Rachel's not feeling it with Eric right now. You're not a big fan of Trump? I'm not a big fan of Trump either. I'm very much distressed by his irrational and autocratic ways. Oh, the game's on right now. Guess I will watch that game. USC versus Michigan State. I'll join live. And the thing is, of course, Rachel's not a um, Rachel's not especially good at understanding her subjectivities, quote unquote, correctly or well, and gleaning the meaning from them that ought to be gleaned, or learning from them in ways that they're informative. So I'm not sure, like, it'll. It's likely that we'll never really get a lot of clarity about the extent to which these represent actual, I guess, expectations, needs, wants of hers, ways in which I fall short, or the extent to which they're just displacement of negative emotions that are about something else. It's going to be, it'll be challenging to get good answers for that kind of question, even once the mood's passed. Instead, I'm likely to get clarity from her about how much she values me, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure what to. I'm not sure I'll ever really know what to make of it. Obviously, at the moment, the whole thing's playing out as, you know, why Eric's no good. Nice. 4140 USC. The U.S. is such an inclusive country, they have a special child as president. Well, you're not wrong that Trump is very dumb. He definitely is very, very dumb. And to some extent, I guess it's the same as saying ambiguity, intolerant, slash arbitrary, slash inconsistent in justification, slash disinterested in justifying himself, etc. You think that Greenland's a bluff? I I don't know what to think about that. I haven't looked into it really at all. I've kind of avoided the topic. Um, no, my commentary about Trump is obviously not not any kind of commentary about Kamala Harris either way. So I'm saying Trump is dumb doesn't mean I'm saying we would have been better off with Kamala Harris. I uh, I found her ineptitude just as appalling as Trump's, perhaps more appalling in some ways. No, good. Come on, SC. We're down by a point now. Driving the lane, score. Up by a point now. Good job, guys. We're in the third quarter here. Obama, I believe, was an ENTP. Um, I'm not proud to have him, representative of the type. I think he did overall a terrible job as president. But I do think he's an ENTP. Certainly seemed that way when you heard him, go back and forth, touching on things on either side of an issue and stuff. Well, yeah, I mean, I think that, prior to the election, it was certainly the case that if you evaluated their articulated goals against one another, that Trump's were less harmful. If if both of them got their goals accomplished, Trump's goals would do less harm. And that's the big mark against Obama is the Affordable Care Act, is which should be named the opposite. It just it's a legislative disaster of codifying exactly the wrong things to guarantee ever spiraling costs and and to maximally decouple actual need from services provided as much as possible. I mean, it's obviously not a good idea to codify a middleman. But, I don't want to rant about the Affordable Care Act. Elect a billionaire, won't you? I mean, the country should elect me. I'd be an excellent choice. I'd do an excellent job of being president, respecting checks and balances, being a good leader, being a statesman who represents all the citizens, being dispassionate and above the culture war and partisan, fracas. I have excellent understanding of public policy from having debated policy for a long time. I always get the feeling from E&P types that they're the symbol of democracy. Well, certainly, in my case, I would be the best presidential candidate that had ever run if I were to successfully mount a campaign. But I don't think that E&Ps, you get together any random group of E&Ps, that any of them are going to be that but me. Because of a unique set of experiences, circumstances, what have you, that have given me terrible. So the Spartans are going to the line to try to complete a 3-point play here and take a 2-point lead. SC's now down by 1. It might be generally true that E&Ps are likely to be egalitarian in their understanding of things, and it is generally true that E&Ps are going to use correctness / fairness as a way of communicating, but it doesn't mean that they're all going to be correct about things. Like, TI is a way of affirming and negating things, or an approach to doing so, but an individual TI user might be just as agenda driven as anybody else and using their TI to accomplish their desired objective rather than at a higher level saying what's actually sustainable. And of course, almost no NTPs are going to have the kind of extensive opportunity to make cases on both sides of many different topics to refine those abilities and stuff like that. Also, I was raised by a dad who taught political science and who modeled like a dispassionate, reasonable approach to politics. Not that I always manifested as such. I went through my phase of partisan warrior or culture warrior during the George W. Bush presidency when we had the Patriot Act and this totally unnecessary war and erosion of civil liberties, etc. I I got in touch with my inner outrage and stuff. But ultimately, what I've learned is that problem admiration is not a good way to engage in politics. So, one thing that happened last night is that Rachel talked to a friend of hers who's quite a quite a quite politically involved in leftist stuff. Very much outraged by Trump, and additionally insistent that if you're not outraged enough and engaging in that way, then you're part of the problem or something like that. So I don't love it when Rachel talks to that particular friend, whom she doesn't speak to all that often. But when that does happen, I've encountered in previous occasions a bit of like anger at me for, say, quote unquote, Trump neutralism, which is a term I suspect she heard from this friend. Even though I'm not a Trump neutral at all. Instead, I'm just not. I'm just not like being mad. At any rate, I'll probably. Well, I guess I'll make sense to watch this game, stream until I'm done with watching this game, and then I'll probably end the stream. I could end it before then potentially. Yeah, well, it's concerning, and since this is the second time this there's been a reaction like this after she talked to that friend, I'm gonna talk to her about it and see what she says. Because she didn't like it when I indicated that some thoughts I had about protests and stuff today, which basically were along the lines of we don't live in that world anymore where, you know, public outcry of that fashion is going to be effective. Maybe we did see it with Black Lives Matter. I didn't think about this at the time. This is what I'm saying right now. But the difference between this sort of thing and Black Lives Matter is that Black Lives Matter was continually fueled by yet another fucking cop shooting some unarmed person, etc. So it was able to kind of grow in scope and scale as it got fueled continually by new incidents. But and I think public outcry in that instance really did force change. And I was super glad to see the outcry because I've long been a person who outcried police violence and fell on deaf ears. But I was talking about, like, the no kings thing. No kings is a good a good thing, a good theme for a protest, because it should be unifying, right? All Americans should be opposed to autocratic people acting like kings. Okay, well, Putty Cat, you're doing that thing where you're 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 wanting to shit on things that are on the other team or what have you. We all we all remember the horribleness of COVID lockdowns, and I do recall finding that appalling. But you're just trying to get mad at those people over there. No, I mean, the protests were about Trump behaving as though checks and balances didn't apply to him, that he could do whatever he wanted, the idea of a unitary executive, etc. These things are anathema to American democracy, obviously, and we should oppose them. My point was, those protests were never going to accomplish anything um, because of the nature of the way the world has changed, I guess, because of the nature of Trump. And although I then did muse that it's conceivable, though, that messaging might carry over into the next election and influence people between the autocraticness of a candidate or something. But that would be predicated on getting a candidate that's decent in the first place. So, yeah, and I wasn't saying that they shouldn't protest. I was saying that I don't think it's going to accomplish anything by and large. That we're no longer in the 60s where, you know, people protested the Vietnam War, and uh, there was a genuine divide between the the establishment that was running the country and especially younger demographics of people. Now, instead, what you got is an incredible disconnect within the people governing the country, ranging from vacillating from all kinds of crazy nonsense. And and so, like, what are you going, like, if you're, let's say you broadly consider yourself conservative or broadly consider yourself liberal, in either instance, Trump should seem like just a random crapshoot of stuff, right? I guess you could say in general he's more conservative than liberal, but he's totally inconsistent in things. And yeah, the dumbest protests are protests in America about Palestine, because obviously, why are Americans protesting in America about Israeli policy? You're protesting you're on a hunger strike until Eric agrees to never hit the bong on stream again. Well, have fun with starvation. Social media has changed old school protesting. Yeah, well, I think in general, like, the expression of discontent or any kind of political ideas uh, has been compartmentalized into various, free speech zones, both metaphorically and literally, and uh, and accordingly has just become almost always kind of an empty gesture. But I guess underlying my skepticism about it also is the idea that rather than protesting, which is another example of people being mad about something, that we we could try we could try a more productive approach towards politics, dispassionate understanding of what the best policy prescription for a given situation is, or what the actual impacts slash legitimacies of a given policy matter are, rather than focusing on wedge issues that often have what happened. That's such bullshit. Instead, people get stuck on wedge issue stuff. You know, during the last presidential election, Kamala Harris ads aired here in California and stressed that, um, in some regard, a vote for her was a vote in favor of reproductive rights. Except, of course, that was completely disingenuous because the Supreme Court already ruled it was a state's matter, and the federal government had nothing to do with reproductive rights, so to speak. You know, by which they mean abortion. You know, the federal government had nothing to do with abortion any further, and it didn't matter who was president; it would have no impact on abortion policy. But instead of behaving as though she were talking in actuality, she just didn't give a fuck about what was correct or true or anything. And that's really offensive to me. You know, instead of winning an election because you're dispassionate and correct, you're trying to win an election by appealing to people's anger and talking about something not relevant to the job at all. Yeah, well, be that as it may, putty cats. It doesn't. It doesn't. I mean, the point here isn't about the use of that term. That's what her ad said. Yes, it meant abortion, but and is reproductive rights a bad term to include abortion in that term? I think so because abortion can still be called abortion. There's no reason to call it anything else. I mean, overturning Roe v. Wade was the correct decision. It does belong in the states' sovereign. It is appropriately determined by states. That's the right sovereignty level, and we know this because number one, Roe v. Wade was predicated on a purported right to privacy that does not exist. Accordingly, if that's the justification, it cannot possibly be adequate to uphold the decision. Second of all, there is a genuine divide between the states, about 50-50, regarding what the majority of that state feels about abortion. So when there's broad disagreement like that about something, that's another situation in which the states are supposed to be the incubators of democracy and figure out what works about it. And thirdly, of course, is the fact that you can't actually, neither side can win the abortion argument because it if if you try to evaluate it on rights, then you have an instance where either two sets of negative rights come into direct conflict, which I think is the fair way to interpret it, or if you want to be incredibly biased in favor of abortion, you could say it predicates down to, and it boils down to um, just property rights that unborn baby at whatever stage of development prior to coming out the womb is simply the property of, well, in that case, you have to acknowledge that it's the property of the work product of two people. It would have to belong to both the man and the woman. And accordingly, to get an abortion, a woman would need the man's permission. Well, almost no women like the actual implications of the property argument accordingly. And it's also the case that women don't, the pro abortion camp of people anyway, don't tend to like the idea of conflicting negative rights because they're trying to position the unborn human as not having any rights. But that's disingenuous about the argument in general. And it's also the case, of course, that on one end of the question, we can intuitively determine answers based on what appalls the conscience slash is intuitively abhorrent. So it's like everybody agrees that Abortion a day before your due date appalls the conscience slash is inherently abhorrent. It's not the case that people are necessarily in such broad agreement about whether aborting something that's one day after conception is is intuitively okay. There's not an equivalent agreement like that. But my position is that Plan B is always okay morally for a couple of reasons. This game, USC, you guys are really disappointing me this year. So you're against someone killing, say, a pregnant woman being charged with double homicide? Am I against that? I don't really have an opinion about that. I I think it's an example of how people want it the way they want it. If a woman was super happy to be pregnant and cherishing having that baby with her husband, and then she and the baby are killed, then they're going to want it to be understood as double homicide because they already understood that baby is a baby. If, on the other hand, if somebody's pregnant and they don't want to have a baby and they want to understand it as not a baby yet and get an abortion, then they want to be able to do that too. I mean, the problem with the property argument for pro abortion people is that if you're making the property argument, then you have to get permission from the man in order to get an abortion. And by and large, people who are pro abortion don't like that stipulation. But that's just what logically follows from the property argument. Because if it's property, it's the work product of two people. And it doesn't matter if it's being kept on the grounds of the woman, it still is not exclusively her property. You call it baby reversal. No, no, no. We're not killing this. We're just putting it in reverse. And eventually it'll go from this big to just disappear again. And it'll reduce into one sperm and one egg. Right. I mean, it is the case that people are either in favor of abortion rights, abortion access, or they're opposed to it, legal abortion access. And to say, when people say they're in favor of abortion rights, they don't even necessarily mean that, right? Like, they just mean they're in favor of abortion access. They might make an actual rights argument in favor of the woman's rights, but it's disingenuous to say that it's a rights argument when there's no good reason not to afford an early stage of development of a human being the same general human rights that we afford at a later stage of development. We don't typically use that as a criterion for whether or not something has basic rights. Every newborn baby, once out of the womb, even though it's an early stage of development, has basic rights to bodily integrity um, and obviously the right to bear arms because newborns need guns. I mean, the thing is, all rights emerge from the concept of property and rights of the self and your body and such. Those rights stem from the fact that you own your own body. Yes, See, it's not just a woman's body that's involved, though. There's subjectively three bodies, hers, the father's, and the offspring. Right. Well, the thing is, I'm not taking a stance on this either way. Uh, I know that if in my own relationship, if Rachel got pregnant, we'd have to get an abortion because she couldn't safely carry it to term with the medication she's on, and she couldn't safely stop taking those medications either. So, you know, that that would kind of decide the matter, regardless of how I felt about abortion. But uh, what my positions on abortion are simply: here are the possible arguments that one can make. Here's why there's not currently any satisfactory resolution of the argumentation. And it's because if you do view it as a rights matter, then you've got a woman's right to do what she wants with her body and so forth, in direct conflict with an unborn baby's right to life. And there's no particular reason um, why we should prioritize one right over the other in that instance. It's the only instance that I can think of at all in any context. It's the only issue where rights, negative rights, come into conflict with each other. Definitionally, they don't come into conflict with each other. Um, and the only reason they do with in the case of abortion is because it's the only instance where you have two people occupying the same body. No, I think anti-abortion or pro-abortion is fine. That's accurate. People who are opposed to abortion access, legal abortion access, are anti-abortion. People who are in favor of abortion access legally are pro-abortion. To say that anti-abortion should be called pro-life, well, um, it may be the case that opposing abortion is either justified by or results in the preservation of some life, but that's not a good reason to call it pro-life because, you know, yeah, I mean, in both instances, in a lot of instances, people misappropriate words to accomplish their political agendas, and abuse and misuse those words as a consequence. For example, I remember seeing a billboard in LA that said, you know, access to health care is a right. It was an advocacy for some, I don't know, either political thing or something. The thing is, of course, healthcare is not a right. It might be the case that we'd like it if everybody had access to healthcare, but it's an abuse of the term right to call it a right because if, in fact, healthcare were a right, then anytime you weren't able to get access to healthcare, somebody would be to blame. Like, for example, am sick and I can't get healthcare. Therefore, somebody gets prosecuted for assault or something. That doesn't make any sense. So, while it may be desirable to have more access to healthcare by more people or something, or even for everybody to have access to healthcare, you can still not call it a right. It's like the term tax subsidy. At some point, somebody who didn't like corporations created this term tax subsidy to refer to basically deductions or write-offs in the tax code that corporations can take advantage of. So it refers to things like um, Chevron getting to pay less in taxes if they invest some of their stuff into green energy or something, right? The thing is, that's absolutely not a subsidy at all. A subsidy is the government like giving farmers some money for the wheat they grow to artificially inflate the prices from the farmer's perspective, something like that. That's a subsidy. What they don't like is called maybe uh, deduction. You could even, if you wanted to poison the well, call it a loophole. But to call it a subsidy is to just detach from the thing you're describing, detach from the word its actual meaning in order to describe it like that, purely because the term subsidy has that connotation of money the government's giving somebody, because that's what it actually means, right? And so if you frame a tax break that a corporation takes advantage of as a corporate tax subsidy, then it makes people go, oh, those corporations shouldn't get tax subsidies. Well, of course, if you're honest in your language, it's not a subsidy at all. And it's insane to call it such. The thing that's most rampant and is the biggest problem there is people not caring about using words honestly. Like, I don't care how much you're in favor of giving people health care, you shouldn't be so dishonest as to say the statement, it's all right. You should be able to understand what the word right means and to use the word to mean what it means and not something fraudulent. Like, can you imagine if I said, like, give money to my charity? We're going to help this person who's super blind. And by what I mean by blind is that they have a sprained ankle. It's like in that case, people would go, that's fraud. You're saying if I give you money, you're going to help this blind person. That person's not even blind. Well, I didn't mean that when I said blind. I meant sprained ankle. And I wouldn't say sprained, more turned a little bit, twisted, maybe slightly sore. People recognize it as fraud. But when people make arguments like, for example, calling abortion access reproductive rights is begging the question. It's saying that, in fact, people do have the right to access an abortion, and it's of the same kind of right as their right to get condoms, buy condoms, or um, get prescribed birth control pills, or to require your consent before meow or meow, right? It's, of course, it's not that kind of thing at all. It's, in contrast, it's in dispute, and and accordingly, simply like naming it as though it was something that it's not is it's just it's just shitty and dishonest and contraindicated by an effective functioning civil democracy, because discourse is the most powerful tool we have to be correct about things. And so accordingly, we need to be respectful of the power of words and to mean specific things and use them accordingly. And if you're not going to use language to be precise and dispassionate and correct about politics, then you don't need to be involved in politics at all. It's not the case that the greater the percentage of the population who votes or is politically engaged, the better. That's definitely not the case. The wealth division was closest between those closest to the poverty line and those at the top. At the peak prosperity of the United States, the tax rate for the top 1% was almost 90%. I mean, even if those two facts are correct, and it is the case that at some point the top tax rate was very high. What you're saying is you want to empower people who have established wealth and prevent other people from gaining wealth. That's what happens when that occurs. So it is the case that the people with established wealth will continue to keep all their wealth, and people who are working hard and moving up in the world and to become big earners, that they won't get to join them. So it's kind of a generational protection for an aristocracy. And it may be also the case that income disparity was small at that time. It may even have had something to do with that, but that's not inherently a good thing or a bad thing. Like, for example, if I'm in a neighborhood with 20 people, all of them are billionaires, and I'm just 100 millionaire, that doesn't mean that I should be complaining about the fact that there's so much disparity between me and the richest people, because in fact what determines my actual poverty level is a linkage to basic needs, the quality of my standard of living, etc., the extent to which I'm able to sustain a decent life and, for example, experience the rewards of my hard work by keeping more of what I earn. So it is the case, obviously, that the biggest problem with income tax as a virtue is that it doesn't help anybody. The outcomes that it purports to link to aren't good in and of themselves. It harms the economy, and it's never a good idea to think that making some people poorer is going to help the people who are currently poor. We have no reason whatsoever to believe that empowering the government to get more tax revenue is going to help anything at all. The government has wasted many trillions of dollars on the war on drugs, spend so much more than any other country on military stuff, etc. There are myriad ways the federal government spends money, and if in fact government spending would close the gap between rich and poor, well, the $4 trillion a year that the government already seizes in tax revenue we'd surely be seeing plenty of results by now. I mean, no sane person thinks the federal government needs more than $4 trillion. Well, it is the case that right now everybody is in the after effects of a terrible inflationary crunch that was the result of the ill-advised and unconstitutional COVID lockdowns. Um, everybody, everybody's earnings slash existing wealth slash future earnings, etc., all got substantially less spending power because of the COVID panic stuff. And yeah, taxes and voting will solve it any time now. Just you wait, bro. Yeah. It's interesting when people advocate in favor of more tax revenue for the government. If you ask them what they think of how the government's doing right now, they will invariably complain about many different things. They will think, Trump's terrible, and the way that he's using federal resources to deport everybody is terrible, and blah 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 blah. It's as though they have a complete disconnect from the reality that if you think they're doing a terrible job of spending the money they already have, what makes you think they're going to do a good job, according to you, of spending this new money that you get for them? And there seems to be this notion that somehow, if we could get our people in place and get taxes raised, then we'd be on the right track and everything would be fine. And the other guys would never take power again. It's like, come on. This does not require some kind of genius to recognize the problem here, right? We all agree that to some extent the government is spending resources poorly. So we should all agree that they don't need more of them. I mean, there's no scheme, right? People have money in the status quo for various reasons, and people make differing amounts of money in the status quo for various reasons. Is it the case that rich people hire a lot more people than poor people do? Absolutely. Should it be called trickle-down economics? That's insane. It implies that there's some distribution of wealth from the government that is given to rich people and then it trickles down to poor people. That's not a good way to describe it at all. We have an economy in which some people currently already have a lot of wealth, some people are currently making a lot of money, etc. Various individual situations and their relationships to money. Just as we shouldn't call earning money by working a job having wealth trickle down to you, so too should we not think of the status quo realities of things as involving any expectation of a trickling. But it's an entirely wrong metaphor, right? It's not how economics works. The reality is the Fed infuses new currency into the economy by sending it to banks who loan it out at prime interest rate to various parties. Should the Fed infuse new currency in that way? I don't really think so. And I think there are better ways to infuse it. But that's a specific and concrete critique of quantitative easing. It's to say that in general there's some kind of problem with economic realities being what they are because there's a wealth disparity that's very large. I mean, that's just, it's wrong. The thing is, yes, the disparity between the richest and the poorest is bigger than it's ever been. Maybe the 1%, 99% thing is as big a gap as ever. But that unavoidably would always have been the case because the total amount of wealth in the country and in the world is greater than it's ever been before and continues to get greater. I'm not sure if it's currently greater than it was at its peak right before COVID, because that COVID hit was a big hit. The world may have lost as much as 10 to 20% of its wealth. So it's important to recognize that it'll ever get kind of more extreme because it's ever more, for one reason, it's ever more possible to do useful, productive work for an ever greater number of people all at once. So it doesn't matter how successfully fantastic my supermarket chain is in the US, even if I've got a lot of branches of this supermarket, it's never going to have as high a ceiling in terms of profit as, say, Amazon, who can serve the entire world, is not constrained by brick and mortar considerations, staffing overhead, etc., as much as a regular store that you go into. Etc. So, in that regard, doing productive work that other people find useful for about 1 billion people or more is going to both create shit tons of new wealth in the world and also empower certain individuals to accumulate comparatively insane amounts because there's just that much wealth in the world to be capitalized upon slash to benefit from, if you successfully if you successfully create the right kind of thing, come up with the right kind of solution, and so forth. It does seem to be that extremely rich slash powerful people, your Bill Clintons, your Epstein and Bill Gates and people like that, they do seem perhaps to be more prone towards certain kinds of wickedness than other people. If you need a fortified island to feel safe, it's sauce time. Did we lose? We must have lost. Safety can come in more ways than physical. A greater mass of wealth means a hit to that means less and less. Well, yeah, sure. You're safer financially. You can weather more catastrophes and still be okay and such. That's why people who become rich or famous can't be in public any longer. Because they have enemies? Well, I'm still holding out a probably unfounded hope of getting famous eventually. But I'm hopeful that if I would become famous, that I would still be able to go in public. And I'd be like, oh, yeah, we lose. God damn it. That sucks. Don't worry, I'll take you with me. Thanks, Dire Rail. Imagine the people who crawl out of the woodwork to get at your life or wealth, Eric, if you suddenly became super famous. I mean, like, if I was out in the world, how would that manifest? People coming up to me and saying, "Oh my God, it's you." It wouldn't necessarily bother me. I guess at a certain point, if it interfered too much with me accomplishing anything, I'd have to delegate those kind of tasks to other people. Hey, the channel title says "Talking with Famous People," not Eric is famous people. Right? It is still, regardless, a lie, but more like a metaphor. Okay, because what I'm saying is all of you are famous. All these people that I'm talking to right now, you're all famous. Famous for what? Famous for being broadly known and having all the capacity unlocked by that. Like, if I were famous, people, a vast quantity more people would hear what I'm saying. I'm not sure. I'm sure approximately the same percentage of them as currently would understand it slash value it for what it is. But I believe in the power of words, despite the fact that Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe it's faith because I have evidence to the contrary that words work. Words work sometimes in some contexts for some people about some things. It's better if your work is famous and you're not, then you can play the famous card when you want to by referencing the work they know. Well, the thing is, to the extent that I were to get famous, it would undoubtedly be around this channel, and that would involve people who are familiar with my work being familiar with my face as well. Better yet, when? When am I getting famous? I don't know. I mean, it might be the case, Alec, that the more people who hear me, the more people who might misunderstand me to an increased degree. But I've never felt actually responsible for other people understanding. I do make every effort to try to get another person to understand if a single way to do that doesn't work, right? But I'm always operating under the assumption that once somebody hears what I had to say, they go away and then they engage with that information however they do. That's neither my business nor concern. All I can do is uphold the standard of what I say is correct, carefully considered, not an irresponsible use of language, and that at the very least it promises them um, something that's defensible in most cases, depending on what kind of thing I'm talking about, I guess. Then wouldn't unintelligible gibberish speakers be the most famous then? Well, perhaps what Alec is saying is that if, given that the kind of things that are very popular in the status quo are things that are generally pretty easy to understand, I don't necessarily think that's the case anyway. I hope YouTube makes me famous, Dr. Red Taco. Run for president, you'll be famous. If I had a successful enough campaign, that would make me famous, but mostly I think I have to be famous in order to have a successful campaign. I don't know if you realize you have a whole body of knowledge that you've built. The better response. Yeah, well, I'm not. I'm not sure. Like, I, I, I don't really think, as far as I can tell, that there's naturally much of a market or demand for what I'm offering as a YouTuber right now, with me just doing the live streaming. I do think there's potentially more, um, potentially more utility I could get out of the channel in terms of recognizability if I were to diversify what I'm doing more. But in other words, there may be more of a demand for my long form videos and or shorts, but there's not really that much of a demand for this, enough to see my sub number grow anyway. So accordingly, since this comprises mostly me explaining things, or at least a lot of the time, there doesn't seem to be a lot of demand or market for explanations. No, I'd be fine for being famous for psychology stuff like typology stuff. That's fine. I I mean, it certainly, if I were going to try to pursue a given avenue with consistent effort to try to increase my sub numbers or fame or whatever, that would certainly be the most advisable direction to go down. in a dream world, maybe I'd be famous for music, but yeah, I I don't have any reasonable expectation of that. I mean, but CJ Mario, what I'm saying is there's not a demand for explanations in this context particularly because I've been doing this live streaming thing for a very long time and do it almost to the exclusion of everything else. And I've not seen my sub number increase at all for a long time, you know. Just don't take the shortcuts. Well, just what I said. That's what I mean by there doesn't seem to be any demand for my explanations as I'm giving them in this format of YouTube. And I do know that if I make certain kinds of explanations as long form videos, that they will get a reliably predictable audience of meow size, which isn't usually huge, but better than zero. Yeah. Um, and I think there's a limited demand for my explanations of various things, uh, in part because of the way I explain things. So Alec positions this as he means his off the cuff explanation disqualifies him from academic discourse, and the audience would have to care about hearing his views since that's all they see it as. Of course, the thing is, my explanations, um, they meet the standards of, say, philosophy or debate justifications. But as Alex points out correctly, people by and large think that philosophy questions are open, subject to debate, still unanswered. Whereas I tend to view most of those questions as having a clear resolutional thing, um, or at least being able to easily enough articulate where where the where the spot is that you can no longer do any work and why. What happened to the media manager who was hired recently for the channel? Oh, I didn't. I never hired anybody. I remember talking to somebody about them wanting to be a media manager or something, but I guess they never followed up with it. I don't know. Okay, so can you explain? You're saying you would like to be famous, particularly for the live stream format. Well, obviously, in an ideal world, I wouldn't have to do anything different, and I would just be hugely popular for just doing what I felt like doing all the time. That would naturally be a wonderful phenomenon to occur. But what's the goal of an increased audience? Speak to on a deeper level. Well, certainly it would it would successfully link to being able to make more money either directly off YouTube or indirectly via like typing sessions, and that would be a good thing. And it is a goal that I'm pursuing, kind of independently of the idea that I'd like to be famous, a big channel or what have you. That's not really the driving motivation behind wanting to be a famous big channel. Is not exactly money. It's an end in itself for me. Like, you know, it seems a I guess I value as an absolute value the stamp of approval implicit in that. But what do you feel like doing all the time? This. This is what I feel like doing all the time. Like I said, I think no one is popular on YouTube accidentally. Yeah, sure, Alec T. I get that that a lot of people use heuristics to evaluate the legitimacy of what they're hearing, and one of those heuristics is how qualified the person is, some kind of PhD measuring stick, you know. Uh, it's certainly the case that if somebody's using such a heuristic, they're only likely to afford me legitimacy if I'm talking directly about debate stuff, debate concepts, because at least there I have a career resume of being a successful debate coach. Um, and people don't get that philosophy is fundamentally, uh, it's that debate is just fundamentally philosophy stress tested. In other words, philosophy improved by adversarial discourse. How would you know? What would it take for you to feel that you have this small example of approval? I mean, to some extent, I feel like I already have a stamp of approval in the sense that um, I recognize that it's a big difference between live streaming for 10 to 15 people, like 15 people here now, than 0 to 3 people. There's a big difference, and I recognize that it's something to be treasured that I have spent enough time, energy, and have enough perhaps inherent quality in what I'm saying to consistently get some people in attendance, you know, to be able to do this. It's great. But if you're asking why I want to be famous, well, I don't know. I've just always wanted to be famous, I guess. I like attention. I find it affirming. It's third slot FE. It's kind of childlike, but it's where we get satisfying um, our satisfying sense of attainment. Well, thanks, Althean Monad. Yes, your name is Christopher. I can see that. You also informed us earlier about that. Also, in general, lay people may struggle to filter voices. Like there is an oversaturation or excess of content and not rigorous critical evaluation. Correctness is beaten by more convincing rhetoric. Perhaps your work will outlive you for centuries plus. That'd be nice. You know, it wouldn't mean much to me if I weren't alive to experience anybody like the swing of attention in favor of various advocacies that I'm making or explanations. Eric's work would have to find a form. Well, there are plenty of instances on the channel of videos that are more expressly about, say, cognitive function explanations. And if one were to say sift through my content for expressly explanations of things, either philosophical, typological, argumentational, or what have you, then that's the identity that you could say is the form, right? The streams are formless. That's true. And I wouldn't expect really anybody to watch a live stream when it's not actively ongoing, because part of the charm of a live stream is the ability to chime in the chat and have your chat read and get responded to and so forth. That Philly cheesesteak was good. I'm watching Naked Ping Pong and you, man. Well, cool. Heyo, everyone, says Victoria. J.A. Mario says, so you are alive now, and so try to appreciate that news from the future now. Let it go to your head and warm your soul now. Let it allow you to internalize your worth. I would I would like to generally internalize my worth more than I do in the status quo. Um, Sometimes I do a better job of that than others. What would be the most fulfilling and fun live streaming experience for me? Well, I mean, I think it would be fantastic to have hundreds of people here and unavoidably at that point probably getting periodic super chats and stuff like that. That'd be delightful. It would probably be not so delightful from the perspective of all of you people who are here now and who, especially the people who've been here for a while. And in that regard, it'd probably be a little sad for me too to lose that intimacy. Um, I'd probably have to have some like members only streams or something like that. I don't know. I'd probably still want to figure out a way to hang out with the core group of people who are often here and so forth. But Eric wins the election and millions tune into his explanations. Yeah, someone could get a PhD doing archive research, pulling out all your main points, organize your way of explaining things. For that to happen, someone needs you to be an acceptable figure of study. Well, I think we're kind of already moving into a world uh, where things get evaluated. That at least some population of people is able to evaluate things more on their merits, and that gets factored in potentially more than it would have in a time period where academia functioned more effectively as a limiting gatekeeper. What would be delightful about that? Well, it would be exciting in that it would indicate uh, dramatic growth or change for the channel. It's always nice to feel like you're making progress and moving in a certain direction. For me, I experienced like say sub growth on the channel um, in bursts where have very few subs, then all of a sudden I got like 1,000 subs, and I got hundreds and hundreds in just a short period of time. Then I'll go still for a while. Then I'll get a burst sub, then I'll get a burst, go still, get a burst, go still. And like I've been in the doldrums in terms of subs for the channel for quite a long time now, with total gains being like maybe one or two, or losses of two or three or whatever. So in that regard, it's always exciting when something happens and I get subs because of reasons I usually am not quite sure about, or generally has something to do with what YouTube wants to promote or doesn't or whatnot. But it would be exciting to have another period of boom and increase of subs and success and stuff like that, views. Because it feels better to feel like you're making progress than just stalled out in the doldrums. I think if I tried, I'd easily be pretty big. Maybe. Maybe. I've tried in the past. There are certain things I could do that would probably be pretty successful. Like I would start making type police videos again. Those are tricky ball of wax, I tell you, because it's it's very tricky to deal with the FE complications. The channels that I end up typing the people from, most of them are going to be smaller than my channel substantially, because there aren't that many people who talk about their type on a YouTube channel for me to to critique and say whether they're correct or not. And they're also big channels. There's a finite number of such. And so if I'm going to make a series that consistently comes out, for example, like Type Police, then that's going to require me to continue to find new people to type police. And it's hard to do that without seeming kind of like a bully if you're type policing some small channel, some random person who doesn't even know it's coming. Eric, can you do me a favor? Can you imagine famous YouTuber Eric? What does the content look like? Um, it probably looks like like a consistently put out succession of typology content that's not live streams. It could be potentially a mix of, say, type profile, like the INFJ. It could do like those things and like profiles on each of the functions. Um, I could say make videos about the archetype names for those types and whether or not that's a good archetype name, what aspects of them is trying to highlight or what have you. You know, stuff that people like to consume more than just straight up TI explanations. I could type police fictional characters, I suppose, but I'm not sure that would be as popular. I think critiquing personality database consensus on famous people or characters would be fun. Yeah, it might be. It might be indeed. I don't mind talking about cognitive functions at all. What I don't like doing is arguing about cognitive functions. That's kind of, I mean, the thing about the personality database consensus about this celebrity or whatever, if I were going to make videos about that, it would be purely for practical reasons because I personally think it's a waste of time to argue about what type somebody might be without actually ever typing them. You don't see OPS argue about anything? Maybe you can present the content like that. Yeah. Do I get a lot of hate for the Type Police videos? No, not in general, but it's very likely if I produce a Type Police video, much more likely than if I produce any other kind of video, that it will incite some massive pushback, big drama or whatever. As happened with Melissa Talks is a good example. Yeah, she was so upset about me calling into any question at all, even though I didn't even arrest her in the Type Police video. Her self-typing as ENTP, calling that into question at all, she upset her very much. Yeah, well, it's true, Eric, so you may not want to do that, but I still think there's an opportunity. An opportunity. Pushback is attention, not that I'd want it, but I know it's part of the most popular channels. That's fine. I don't mind a certain amount of pushback, and no, I'm not worried about getting a strike. I'm not worried about that at all. The strike I got before was for bullying C.S. Joseph, and um, I the kind of uncivil language that I used in that is not something I've I've been guilty of since. I'm not worried about that. I do think you've lost a tiny bit of your passion for MBTI because you have mastered it. Well, it is true that my understanding of things, by and large, is is not growing a whole bunch because I have the things I figured out I've gotten figured out, and things that I haven't figured out yet I probably am not going to figure out. Why did I go so hard on C.S. Joseph? I was actually um, defending Taylor in that instance. C.S. Joseph made this ridiculous video that basically said we shouldn't listen to Taylor because he has a criminal record, even though that's entirely irrelevant. And um, also, like, you can't. People get convicted of crimes for totally different kinds of things, ranging from, say, assault with a deadly weapon to a drug crime. That's a very different perception one might reasonably take away about that person depending on what kind of thing it is. I thought this song would go well in the background for a video ad for your channel. Is it a copyrighted song? Let's see here. That's a pretty good song. The beginning part of it's pretty good, then it gets a little messy, then it gets kind of good again. Boop, 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 boop. That's a pretty good song. Please turn to the Enneagram. Okay, I'm not going on that Enneagram, but I'm here to tell you, future. You're someday going to look at the Enneagram mathematical stuff, and that'll be your next fixation and heroic contribution. I doubt it. I don't understand feelings as it's a feelings thing. Enneagram is more like he hasn't mobilized himself into making content about it that meets the need for people. He explains things when they come up spontaneously. It's not primarily an organized effort. Well, the thing is, I may have made plenty of long form videos that do explain the same thing I'm explaining here in a live stream format. But the thing is, if you want the channel to grow, you need to regularly put out videos of a similar kind, include the prompts for people to like and subscribe. Try to optimize those videos to be more like what people want. Pay attention to what titles work better, what thumbnails work better, etc. I have read Enneagram literature before, and I don't like it at all because I see it as attributing lots of stuff that's actually attributable to cognitive functions to Enneagram. And I don't think that the way I see it is there's one correct mechanism to explain this manifestation of personality that they're describing, and that's cognitive functions. And if Enneagram is saying it's a consequence of their Enneagram type, there's not any way for both things to be right. No, I agree with you that Enneagram, properly understood, doesn't conflict with cognitive functions. But I'm also saying that in most Enneagram writings, most people talking about Enneagram, they're going to, it's just kind of a, like, oh, that's so seven of you is appropriately said about a few kinds of things and is not appropriately said about lots of other things that Enneagram people are likely to say, you know. I mean, math is not going to be determinant about something. Just because people use math to some extent to explain something doesn't mean it's correct. Yeah, the other thing I don't like about Enneagram, I don't like the idea of a person disintegrating or integrating into some other number or something. It's like either you're telling me that I'm reflexively going to engage certain negative emotions in certain ways because that's how I am, or you're telling me that if I'm doing well, I'm changing into this other thing. If I'm doing badly, I'm changing into this other thing. Well, that seems to right away contradict itself. As modern form, the Enneagram can't be rescued. It's been popularized and corporatized on top of the distortions the system had already suffered. Well, my point is that you can't both say that a reflexive approach to a certain negative emotion is implicit to a person and part of their unchanging personality, and then also to say that in context, yeah, they'll be changing from that thing into something else. That runs afoul of the idea that anybody has a specific Enneagram type and that it means something specific that you can measure, right? Like, so, you know, basically it's saying if you're a seven, then if you are doing neutral, you'll display as this reflex to this prompt. If you're doing well, you're more likely to display as this response to this prompt. And if you're doing poorly, you're more likely to respond to this response to this prompt. Well, then, if you behave differently in each of those contexts, then it's not part of personality and it's not implicit, and it makes it impossible to determine what anybody's type is without knowing their circumstances. So it's like OPS, Dave Superpowers, they have this idea called jumpers, right? Where there are some ENTPs who look just like ISFJs and some ISFJs who look just like ENTPs. Well, then, how do you tell them apart? Like, how do I know if I'm an ENTP or an ISFJ who looks just like an ENTP? What actually is the like testable criterion that you meet to qualify as one or don't to the other? And if there is such a clear distinction, then isn't it the case that the ISFJ doesn't really look like the ENTP because they have this clear distinction? You know, you can't have it both ways, right? Like, I'm right-handed. It is true that certain things require both hands, and in theory, there might be certain contexts where I use my left hand more, even though it's my offhand. Like smoking a cigarette, for example, I tend to put it in my left hand more. But if I were to say something like, now, but if I'm in a good mood, I use my left hand as dominant. If I'm in a bad mood, I use my right hand as dominant. Well, then, dominant offhand is not a distinction that means anything anymore. In fact, neither of them is dominant. Which is dominant varies depending on your mood. See what I'm saying? No, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to go poo relatively soon, I think. Active, passive, neutral forces. Okay, well, I am mixed-handed, not true ambidextrous. Does that mean anything for personality type? No, not that I know of. I've never tried to make any linkage between handedness and personality type at all. Active, passive, and neutral forces changing polarities as you circle around. Well, are these active, passive, and neutral forces within you or outside of you? Changing polarities. I mean, I'm not really sure why one would think that passive and active switch between poles rather than sliding down a spectrum between the two ends, you know? What do you say about someone born right-handed and was forced to be left-handed? I'd say that that's very unusual. I bet it's a TE thing to use both hands because then it'd be useful if you use both sides of your body effectively instead of having a gay hand. Well, I mean, the thing is, in lots of ways, it would be inefficient if you didn't have a clear dominant because there's myriad instances where you reach out a hand to do something and you don't think about it. If you didn't have a clear dominant, then you'd be presumably spend some time occupied with choosing a hand to use. I think more importantly, the nature of dealing with things that require two hands makes it such that in every instance, one of those hands, almost every instance, one of those hands is doing something that requires more deftness than the other. Sure. There are specific things where it's helpful to be able to go both ways. Like if you want to be a switch hitter in baseball, that can sometimes help a player to do less badly against the wrong side of the plate pitcher, you know. And yeah, if you play guitar, you have to train your left hand to do all of this stuff, even though this seems like the more complicated part, really, and the strumming part seems less complicated. That doesn't mean I could flip it around. I couldn't do it either way, right? If I tried to flip it around, I couldn't play the left-handed part with my right hand, and I wouldn't be able to play the right-handed part with my left hand. So the thing is, there's lots of instances where we'll train one or both of our hands to do specific things, and it might prove to be more difficult to train your offhand to do that specific thing than train your on hand. But that's still different from trying to make neither hand dominant in some way. The Enneagram is all about the taking of impressions, and how that is essential to developing the self, but simultaneously takes you away from the self beyond ego. Okay, well, I'm not exactly sure what all that means. There's some time travel, which mathematically makes sense with the anagram too. The points go backwards and forwards in time. Well, it's indisputable that people, at least have some conscious experiencing of past, present, and future, all three, depending on different moments and so forth. There's so much more to learn, Eric. I want to stop being the talker about it because I'm bad at explaining. Well, J. A. Mariel, I I don't think you're probably doing a bad job of explaining something you've read. I think that probably more likely what you read has done a bad job of explaining something. But I don't know. I'd have to read it, I guess. Time travel is so much cooler than Alien God. Time travel, one thing that I heard somebody mention on a YouTube video, which I thought was insightful, was people rarely factor in uh, the movement of the planet through space when they consider time travel. Like, if I travel a week into the future and in the same exact spot, well, I'll just be in the emptiness of space. The planet will be further over that way or something. So, really, a successful time travel device that kept you where you were physically in location would need to account for the movement of the planet in space, either forwards or backwards along its orbit, depending on which direction and time you're moving. I mean, I have looked a fair amount at Enneagram stuff. And, frankly, I was surprised that I didn't just outright negate it when I started looking into it because it's 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 similar to cognitive functions only in that it's observationally correct. But it's like it is observationally correct that, for example, an 8 is much more likely to respond to anger with anger than respond to it in any other way. And is much more likely to think that being angry is going to accomplish something. I think it's observationally true that people's relationship with anger falls into either an appeasement, a withdrawal kind of I'll talk to you later when you're not angry kind of thing, or an angry response. Hi, Nurai. How are you? Things do get weird. They talk about how we will end up as moon food, literally. What's what could that possibly mean? That we'll literally end up as moon food? You mean um, food that the moon eats, or food that people eat on the moon? Eric, do you wave to your neighbors when you see them and people in town? Yeah, fairly often we wave. Food for the moon. The moon wants to become a planet like Earth. Okay, well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but the moon doesn't want anything. Things like large balls of rock don't have interests. If we die unenlightened, we just decay. But if we die understanding that the moon wants to eat us, then we get to be eaten by the moon. Eric is an earth sign. He'll never be convinced by this kind of thinking. Do I even speak moon? Okay, fair enough. I don't speak moon, But I do periodically experience being struck by moonbeams and the moonbeam particles that comprise the moonbeams. The moon is a sponge. Cool. Does it absorb space water? The moon is where the Easter Bunny lives. The moon, I believe, also is where Muhammad rode to on the back of a magical donkey, according to Islam. So, don't say that Muhammad doesn't have any superpowers. I don't believe this aspect of it, but I need you to know it's there. Other than that's fine. I mean, just because you'll hear people saying crazy wrong things about cognitive functions doesn't mean cognitive functions isn't fundamentally correct if articulated correctly. So the same thing might be true of Enneagram. All right, I have to go to the bathroom. I'm kind of inclined as well afterwards to maybe go talk to Rachel briefly. But I think I'll leave the stream on. And you guys will just have a little bit of a break, what you might call a kitty break. It's time to look at kitties and imagine yourself in the wonderful world of petting. Okay, well, that. Yeah, hold on one second. Sure. Yes, darling, coming back. Thank you. All right. So that was a good conversation. Um, Seems to me we're on the same page. And, had a nice chat about what was going on. And to remember that, for us both to remember that if we look for problems or things that could possibly indicate problems, then we'll always be able to find something. What's the P on PEDMAS? PIMDAS. I don't know what PIMDAS means. Do you follow PIMDAS and divide before subbing tract? I don't know what any of that means. Parentheses, huh? I do know what parentheses means. But, yeah. Apparently, Rachel kind of woke up on the wrong side of the bed today, which is something that I totally get. Sometimes I wake up mad. Usually it's someone specific, but sometimes just in general. It's order of operations acronym jargon. Oh, I see. Parentheses, exponents, um, division, multiplication, addition, subtraction. Trying to figure out Fly Guy's age. Well, what you want to do is first figure out his age in Fahrenheit, then multiply by 9/16 and do something else, and then you'll get his actual age. Time for a smoke, indeed. Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. So that's nice to have that dispute resolved and for us to be on the same page about stuff. Because even though I don't think when it's happening it's representative of some actual like problem of significance, until I have communication which suggested that we're actually on the same page about those questions, I can be kind of in limbo. Are you calling me a liar, Alec? Apologize now. They are still, of course, playing this horrible music, but it's quiet. Never heard a man with a voice that deep like yours. Well, I'm gonna keep it real. I never really thought of myself as having a deep voice. I have heard that more in recent years. I guess my voice has gotten lower as I've gotten older. When I listen to stuff that I sang back in like 2000 to 2004, I generally cannot hit those high notes anymore. Thank you for keeping it real. Like, I don't even think that my singing voice is necessarily um, baritone, but it might be baritone. But I don't know exactly what the ranges are for those terms in singing. I have a soothing voice. Well, thanks, Victoria. That's because every time before I start talking, I rub some soothing balm on my vocal cords. Your voice has gotten progressively deeper. Some of your earlier videos, you don't speak in the same register. Your voice is headier. Well, right now, my voice is unusually deep. I'm not sure how well I do singing higher register stuff at the moment, but in theory, I should be able to hit approximately the same high notes I ever could, but I don't think I can actually. I went to the doctor today and he said I have an oversized heart, Eric. It was the nicest thing anyone said to me, but he looks concerned. Well, it's because maybe he didn't mean it metaphorically. It's like when somebody says to you, "You have the most beautiful heart." They're not actually talking about the physical appearance of your heart. I have nothing to substantiate this, but I think intense relief can make the voice deeper temporarily. I don't know if I'd call my relief intense. I, uh, I was somewhat in a limbo, kind of, you know, in a holding pattern in some sense, but uh, I wasn't super concerned or anything. I have a buddy I think is ENTP, and you guys share a lot of verbal cue tics, habits. One, I noticed this clarification after a statement. It's always followed up with okay or basically something like that. Or right. Yeah. Some of those habits I actually am trying to try to keep track of or minimize. For example, somebody pointed out that I say the point is a lot, which makes me want to be more aware of that and try to minimize the amount of times that I say that. But when I'm in a state of flow and addressing something, especially if I'm getting pushback and I'm trying to correct wrongnesses, then that's when I get less attentive to such things. I'm more likely to say right at the end of a sentence, and I'm more likely to say the point is, or other variants of that, the bottom line. The determinant factor. Of course, I probably use the point is more loosely than I'd use those other things, or at least the determinant factor. It's so deep, and I've done my vocal warm ups and had my honey chamomile tea. I can sustain a brown note long enough to make acacia poop. Wow, that's impressive. Relaxing the body relaxes the voice. Well, I don't know if a more relaxed voice is going to be necessarily deeper. I think the reason any do that is because you guys go through your life not being understood by most people. That might have something to do with it, but I think it links to the ultimate goal of TIFE, which is I'm trying to reach agreement about words. And so when I'm having trouble doing that, then I I want to do it like sort of step by step. Okay, well, first let's establish this, right? And then try to get agreement about that so that we can build off of that. But if somebody is using language in the other way, which says our goal here is not to reach agreement by determining what's wrong, but instead for us both to express our perspectives, and it's fine if we agree to disagree or something. I hate agreeing to disagree. That to me just feels like saying, well, let's not do any of God's work in favor of continuing to play with the devil. It's like, look, if you're expressing your perspective on this thing and it disagrees with mine and they're mutually exclusive, then one of us is wrong. Relaxation does deepen the voice because of how it's produced. Less tension in the vocal cords makes them vibrate slower, and thicker creates a lower pitch. Stress tightens them, raises the pitch. Oh, fair enough. I agree with you. I believe what you said, even though I haven't verified it. It sounds like it makes sense. Let's disagree to agree, is Eric's version. Right. Let's disagree so that we can figure out who's wrong, excise that, and then we'll both be in agreement about what's correct. But, like I was saying before, if I'm encountering somebody who's not doing the same kind of stuff with words, not trying to mean something precise so that we can do something with it, but rather just well, I mean, a lot of times people want to come in and argue a losing position. They expressly want to come in and argue about their thing, saying that it's correct. But then when it doesn't actually validate across, and it doesn't actually validate, they don't want to reciprocate that, right? Like, they expect me to be potentially convincible if what they say makes enough sense. If they have a good enough argument, they expect me to afford it the appropriate amount of input. But instead of reciprocating, they don't talk about, they're not prepared to benefit from the arguments that I'm presenting. Let's see, Eric, are you Gen X or Boomer? I'm Gen X. I have a bump on my tongue, but I ain't lied about anything today. I'm pretty sure that bumps on your tongue don't come from lying. I'm not sure where they do come from, but probably not from lying. Oh, meow, you want me to watch you eat? Well, it looks like we've been tasked with watching the cat eat. He made it pretty clear with his meow that it's time for me to buckle down, go to work, and watch the cat eat. You must be old. I'm reasonably old. I'm older than a newborn babe, but younger than Methuselah. You're a good boy. You're an important kid. I'm going to have the rest of my pastrami sandwich now. Mm-hmm. Well, even if I don't actually think you're addressing me, I may treat it as though you are, so that I can address whatever it is you're talking about. No trouble. This is my food. Mmm. Are you guessing my age is 55? It's 54. All right, here. Five, 5'5", 5'8" is not a good guess. No, it was pastrami. Well, if you imagine like 3D icons hanging around the room, you could like throw your chap at a person, and then it would appear where everyone could see it, but it would say there would have an error going to the person it's addressing or something like that. Good eye. You only eat pig feet and pigtails? Hmm. Is it because you're Muslim? As a Muslim, the only part of the pig I can eat are the feet and the tails. Of course, and bacon, yeah, obviously. On Roblox, your immediate chat contributions appear above your head, but they also appear in the chat log in the corner. Well, maybe someday everyone in the world will get exactly what they want. Yeah. I think we should better have these live streams on Roblox too. Well, that was good. That helped me to feel like a real person alive in the world. I feel relatively full, fairly satiated. Perhaps ready for the adventure of a lifetime. Maybe I do feel like that. How tall am I? I'm 6'5", approximately. At my tallest, I was 6'5". Yeah, I probably shrunk a bit from my tallest. Maybe 6'4.5". But I never found my height particularly advantageous or anything. I never thought about it. I didn't. I did play pickup basketball, and it was relevant there, but I wasn't especially good at basketball. You're 6'7", huh? Wow. Well, that's pretty tall. I did appreciate being tall when I went to China. Lots of places I go were maybe throngs of people or something, particularly like the train station. And I could always see over everybody's head. It was nice. What does it mean cognitively if you laugh like the evil dog from Rocky and Bullwinkle? I'm not sure I'm familiar with that dog, or doesn't doesn't ring a bell anyway. Yes, it is possible that instead of being tall, I could just have a very short ceilinged home. And it's not a particularly high ceiling. I want to marry a Vietnamese chick with pretty feet. Assuming you mean feet. Well, good luck with that. Have you considered knee growing surgery so you can claim to be 6'7"? No, I haven't. I could put on platform shoes and be taller in that regard. Are you of the mindset that Vietnamese people have unusually attractive feet? I've I've not ever really paid attention to people's feet. I was pretty darn racist, fly guy, for you to say that it is harder to pick up a basketball from so high in the sky. Let's pull a couple bong reps, and after that, at some point here, relatively soon, I'll wrap the stream up. But that's always one of those things that takes a long time for me to actually transition from planning to end the stream relatively soon to actually doing it. Sometimes it's fairly quick, sometimes it takes a long time. You broke up with a girl because she had gross looking feet. I mean, like, what even is the difference between gross looking feet and attractive feet? I mean, Rachel's got, I guess, cute little feet in the sense that she's got kind of tiny feet and she wears shoes that look kind of like little kid shoes. So even, um, but right, that would be a good reason to break up with a girl if her feet were on another man's cock, you'd say, I'm sorry, but this does count as cheating. What? I'm just using my feet. Sorry, it still counts. I'll tell you what the real N word in society is negativity. Okay? Negativity is like the racism of life. If you go to somebody and like, that sucks, then you're just being racist against everything. Thanks a lot, negativity. I was thinking on the way home in the car, I was about to start telling this at some point previously in the stream, but I got sidetracked or something. That if we think about something that was subjectively painful in an emotional way from the past, we may very well re experience that emotional pain. Like, if I think about my dog Lacey having died, I return to that spot of remembering her death and that day, it would make me feel sad again, right? But there's no equivalent for physical subjectivities. I might remember having been in pain on an occasion, but I can't re-feel that pain at all. I have no, there's no like echo like there is with emotional pain. I don't know what that means or if it's informative or anything in particular, but it's just an observation that I made to while driving home that I thought was kind of interesting. I guess there wouldn't really be any value in remembering physical pain. I mean, I guess the same mechanism of utility would apply in the sense that you're better likely to avoid those kind of harms um, in circumstances where you like better sustain some artifact of the consequences. Whether it's an echo of the emotional pain or presumably an echo of physical pain would have the same purportedly positive impact, right? But is it really the case that um, you'd better avoid things that cause you physical pain if you better remembered what the pain felt like? I don't know about that. Anyway, it's kind of interesting, right? Like, why can you remember one kind of subjective pain but not the other? That's interesting, Eric. PSTD and PTSD. Well, you're saying even though you don't remember the physical pain, it might cause some kind of PTSD symptoms in you anyway or something? I mean, not all remembering something sad that happened is representative of an unhealthy relationship with the past. Like, I really valued my relationship with that dog, and it's healthy and fine for me to still get a little sad when I think about her, you know? Do I like Blumpkins? I have no idea what that is. Daryl Parker, let's not go there, please. Everybody should feel good about their body as much as possible. That's my position on things. Depends on the emotional trauma you experience. Right. Well, the thing is, like, for certain kinds of emotional pain that I have, um, maybe it doesn't translate necessarily into me feeling the feeling I felt then, like it does with the death of my dog as a memory. But it might link to feelings I feel now, like guilt, remorse, um, whatever else. Are you gay, homosexual? No, I'm not. I'm just regular. I'm just a regular old cisgendered straight man. Yes, we do accept Anthony, regardless of his sexuality. Well, not necessarily. Like, not every sad thing that happens to you is going to lead to remorse, guilt, regret, um, a sense that you should have done things differently. Some of them are just, like, say, act of God. I think Teabag saying that his bulldog died. His name is Roy. I'm sorry to hear that, Teabag. It certainly is a challenge to deal with the loss of a beloved pet. You know, Lacey and I, we had such a close relationship for so many years, and like she slept with me every night, right, like tucked up in my crotch. No, I don't feel like I failed my dog. I just feel a sense of sadness about the suddenness and prematureness of her loss. Was she got out, and I got hit by a car. I mean, there were instances where I did feel like I failed my dog, but that wasn't one of them. And I don't generally spend too much time remembering the instances where I felt like I failed my dog. Have I seen Full Metal Alchemist? I've seen some of it. I don't like it. That was a cheap shot, Fly Guy. I was actually about to ask him the same thing. Oh. So, there's a distinction between a loss that doesn't involve, like, there's a distinction between self-inflicted wounds and wounds that are not self-inflicted. That's significant. Dogs are grief machines. Get a dog if you love being sad. Yeah, well, Rachel and I are not getting any more pets. We got two cats, and I'd like to think that these days I'm unusually likely to to be actively consciously aware of the fact that I love my cats and that someday they'll die. They both seem perfectly healthy and prime of life right now, but I lost my girlfriend and my best friend the next day. They both went missing. Ba-dum bum. I'm loving it. Yeah, I don't like Full Metal Alchemist, but it is the case also that when I first encountered it, it was in dubs, and I didn't like the dubs at all. But I wasn't inherently opposed to dubs. I just didn't like the cartoon. Um, Nowadays, I'd never even attempt to watch anything with dubs, but I was watching it on TV way back in the day. It, I don't know what it was I didn't like about it exactly. It's hard to say. Felt like it was your fault. Well, I could blame myself for Lacey's death too if I wanted to. But I don't because really it was the same that day as things had been a million times before. But that day she got hit by a car. She was getting old. She was, her eyesight was getting bad. Anyway, shit happens. The thing about shit happening is that in the stories I think that we all like and find helpful in some regard, we see people gaining the value of that comes from wisdom, experience, loss, etc. In other words, having things happen that teach them valuable lessons, but we don't see them making making mistakes on something substantial that ends up negatively impacting them for the rest of their life rather than being something they can learn from. But reality has plenty of that other category of thing, where you had one opportunity, you fucked it up, it's gone forever. And that's painful. How reliable are statistics about life expectancy? Can we trust it? I don't think in general that anybody can do anything particularly useful with life expectancy estimates. Like, no, life expectancy estimates are telling you what your life expectancy is. It's just saying, statistically, if we look at the population as a whole, it, I've looked into the question before. It's actually a very difficult question to answer in terms of like how to calculate the answer because, for example, at any given moment, you could do something where you only calculated people uh, a certain age and over, and try to figure out, like, by looking backwards, basically, for everybody who made it to this age, then yeah, percentage of them made it to this age, that age, whatever. If you go all the way back and include the entire population and say that current 1 year olds have the same life expectancy as things we can conclude about, say, the previous generation and how long the average person lived, then I guess you could go back and just do calculations for, say, one, pick an arbitrary date for people born between 1900 and 1920. What was their average life expectancy? But then you got to factor in things like wars that kill a bunch of people, and you know, I'll give you $150,000. I really need my green card. ICE is serious out there. Wow. They are. They do seem rather serious about things. Well, I think I'm about ready to wrap it up. I think I've discussed everything that needed discussion. Felt like it was a good stream. Felt like I enjoyed it. I can't believe it's been 6 hours though. That's a long stream. Um, yeah. So, life sucks, then you die. Hopefully you you hopefully you find meaning in the absurdity and meaninglessness or something, as Johnny says to what's it called? Paraphrase him. You bought a mic, but you use a phone to record. Well, yes, I do have microphones. I've got more than one microphone. And I've got other microphones in the closet. But the reason I use my phone to live stream is because I want to be able to move around inside, outside. I go outside, smoke cigarettes and stuff. And if I live stream with the laptop and the webcam and software, then I either have to lug around the laptop and unplug it, plug it back in, etc., because it doesn't have a super long battery life, or I got to stay in one place right where the laptop is, or I can use the phone. So I use the phone, and I've also bought in the past lavalier mics, mics that connect to this phone, so I get better audio. But neither of them really worked properly in the sense of being better than the status quo. And one of them had a long cable onto it. The other one really didn't work at all. I couldn't get it to work on my phone. So at the moment, I'm just live streaming with my phone. Anyhow, nice chatting with you all. I love you. I'll see you later.